and I've actually been to Watsonville quite a few times. I absolutely love it. It reminds me of home.
Actually, Tamina, could you darken up the city outlines, please? Because I can't see them under here. So it's very, I agree with Commissioner Fernandez. If we could do that, please, so we can actually see where the cities are. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I mean, I think there might be some opportunities there. Granted, it's little by little because few numbers are not going to greatly increase our CVAP, but maybe if we can, some of the communities like around Watsonville, and then I think is it Castro Valley down below? Or, yes, thank you. And then maybe Castro Valley, and then offset that for some other districts, just between the two districts. And that's something that I'd be willing to work with Tamina offline if everybody's okay with that. But if not, just let me know, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'd also like to work with Tamina offline on this region, given that for similar reasons, just making sure that that we keep as much of Monterey County as possible, and are able to explore different aspects of the Latino CVAP as well.
Certainly. Well, thank you. Do we have could with the heat map on? Could we have a look at this whole area, please? Tamina, thank you very much for being able to work this and get that to our CVAP at over 50%, because I know we were wondering, we didn't think that could happen, and so really appreciate that. Oh, I see. It's an interesting area. Now, did any other commissioner have any questions or any ideas about this they want to do right now? Do we like the idea of spending a bit of time just offline, and any objection?
I'd like to get as much of Monterey County into this district as possible, but that's something we can do offline as well. I think there's a lot of unincorporated areas and such that we might be able to bring in while also maintaining the deviations and Latino CVAP. So that's something. Of course, we could do it in live session if that's your discretion, up to your discretion, Chair. But something that we could also do offline with your permission.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Toledo. And I was just looking to see if there was anything that we've done this exploration online, in the open meeting in our Stannis Fres, and it can take a great deal of time when there's it's nothing sort of obvious jumps out at you. I don't see anything obvious jumping out, and I think this would take a great deal of time. So I appreciate you volunteering. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, thank you. I certainly support commissioners working on this to see how to further incorporate these areas. I think that's a reasonable and worthwhile exploration to be done. That being said, I just wanted to note we've actually had pretty good feedback on some of the districts right above that greater ED one. We've had good feedback on, and then we're moving up into the San Francisco area as well, as we continue and into San Jose and a lot of other COIs, right? So I just want to be cautious. Because as I'm looking at this map, if we bring in more of Monterey County, we're going to strand Santa Cruz, which is going to cause a redraw of Northern California. So yeah, I support that exploration, and I look forward to seeing what is possible, but I am cautious about disrupting some of the districts that above that are looking really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my sense is that if we're looking to bring in areas joining the more the southwestern portion of this quote-unquote Cupertino district, then we might be looking at the possibility of population switches with the north of this quote-unquote Cupertino district coming back into mid-coast, as Commissioner Sadwani said, not moving population through greater ED. So that's where, you know, in my mind's eye, I would see things being explored. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. And I just wanted to remind all that Santa Cruz got split a lot in the assembly, and as much as we can keep Santa Cruz whole in whatever iteration we do here, it would be good. And that from the COI testimony in the Central Coast, Santa Cruz and Monterey seem to have more of an affiliation than Monterey and San Luis Obispo and that there's different affiliations among going up and down the coast, and just to try to keep that in mind as well. But Santa Cruz is small, so it'd be good to minimize the splits.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Toledo.
I would agree. I would concur with Commissioner Sidwani and Commissioner Kennedy and I. I mean, the goal, of course, is fair maps, and that's what we'll be seeking to do, is develop a map that is fair for all of these communities. And at this point, it'd be refinements and trying to get as much of as we can to ensure fair maps for the people of the Central Coast and as well as the surrounding areas. And this is a difficult area because there's you have urban, and it's where the urban and rural communities meet, and so and those areas tend to be difficult. So certainly, I think Commissioner Fernandez and I have always advocated for rural communities and smaller communities, but also for the urban areas as well. And so trying to make sure that fair maps can be developed for the Central Coast is critical. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I would echo what Commissioner Toledo said. And then also, as we all know, the Cupertino would be a VRA district, and it is, in terms of criteria, it is higher than communities of interest, but we will try to respect the communities of interest as much as possible. Thanks.
Great, thank you. With that, I believe our direction, I'll summarize that, is yes, please work the two commissioners, Toledo and Fernandez, not necessarily together, but with Tamina, our mapper, and try to increase the CVAP in here as we can, because that is, again, its population and the VRA considerations, and considering that, keeping in mind that Santa Cruz and Monterey really would like to be together, and then Commissioner Kennedy's suggestions with where you switch populations. So with those directions, please proceed, and we can move on. Are there any other areas in this section that commissioners would like to work on, or do we like the other areas? Any issues with the rest of it? Commissioner Sinai.
We, oh, never mind. We're in the Central Coast. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, Tamina, thank you very much. And I believe we'd like to go over now to Kennedy's area and review the Central Valley. I should say, yes, and go through the Central Valley, make sure we like our VRA districts over there. So if we could do that, please.
Thank you, Chair. 1 second, we will switch out mappers for you.
Great, thank you very much. And now in our whole, since Kennedy is actually going from the top of the state, through the Central Valley, are there any areas in this, we did a rather quick review of the whole thing the other day. And are there areas that would the commissioners like to do a review of the entire area, or are there particular areas that you would really like to delve into? Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think we do need to get the overall view. Second, I just wanted an update on the status of the 17,000 people, more or less, that we needed to move from the north of the state down to the south. Where are they right now, and what do we still need to do as far as allocating them? Thank you.
To answer that, do we have, you might wait till the line doors are on here. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of going through the entire portion of that Kennedy has kind of taken charge for us so that we can see a review of how things have shaken out. Yes, want to see where the overflow happened, but I think we've been trying to make adjustments through this area, and I think I'd like to see where we currently stand to start conversations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And any other before we have Kennedy walk us through the whole thing? Okay, I don't see any hands. Welcome, Kennedy. Thank you very much. And if you could please start actually at the north, and we'll walk through your entire area, please. And thank you for keeping all the CVAPs on. And now, Kennedy, just for everyone's understanding, could you please go through your list on your titles and tell us what everything is, please?
I sure may. So we can use ECA as an example for the moment. So first we have, it moved up a little higher, but we have the district title name, and then we have the deviation of the number of people. So ECA is under 71 people right now. Then we have the percent deviation, which is a negative 0.01%. And then we have the Latino CVAP, the Black CVAP, Asian CVAP, Indigenous CVAP, and then white CVAP.
Thank you very much.
Those are the labels. And I believe you said you wanted to start in the north. And so this basically,
actually, I'm sorry, before you do that, can you give us the status of, at this point, has the population been all moved down, or where are we with the map?
Yes, so as of yesterday and what I had shown, we had Commissioner Fornashari's rework of the area in the north. What you spoke about yesterday was this dividing line of Tahoe, commissioners being comfortable with that. He moved the line in Sacramento to the river, and so moved that up from the North Sac, South Sac split. And then we went through and took 17,000 people from Contra Costa County, and we took Discovery Bay and Byron, put it into the San Joaquin district. The boundary we had moved over a little bit, so I'll turn on what it used to be. So it did move out this way, so we brought it in. And so now Valley Home and Ripon are going south instead of north. And then put into this ECA. And so we moved that 17,000 through there from Contra Costa to San Joaquin to ECA, and then pushed it out so that it's going now down towards San Bernardino through Inyo County.
Okay, Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, so I would frame it a little differently. I think the 17,000 people are an ECA, and we have to decide how we want to move them basically to San Bernardino County at this point. So one option is as shown in this picture, to move part of Inyo County south. The other option is to go through, as I understand it, go through the Fresno-Kern district. And
if I may, so that was just this option, and yesterday we didn't get a chance to look at the other option, and so I have the other option also.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I would like to see another option. I am very concerned about Inyo and Mono and Alpine being split. They share, I mean, I know that obviously equal population is important, but I I think we've talked a lot about different communities, and one that is a pretty unique community that shares some very core commonalities besides just being, in the mountains, but it's also driven by the mountains. They're not, I would just be very concerned. We've heard a lot of testimony from the residents in Inyo and Mono and about the not only the shared services, but the shared challenges. There's not a lot, and I know that that's been the struggle for all of us, but I think I would like to see us try our very best. I know that at some point we do have to make some hard decisions. I hope that the other option, Kennedy, might be one that does not split Inyo from Mono, Alpine, and the other Sierras. I think that this is what they had before, or this is a position that they've been in before, and it's been difficult. And I would really, as much as we've also tried to keep other, communities together, this is one of those that I would like us to try our best to really, at least Inyo and Mono and Alpine, I know that they've been very specific about trying to stay together if we can. Anyways, I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And before we really, I get into talking about this particular option, I would like us to look at the other option. I know that there are two options. And so, we can talk about both of them when we see them both. And then, but I'd like us to sort of say, okay, here's one option, here's the other option, talk about those a bit. But I don't want to decide, I'd like us to decide if there's an easy decision, yes. And then I don't want us to miss, because we definitely want to spend more time in the valley itself. So that's the plan right now. But let's have Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm trying to, okay, so the extra 17,000 potentially is in the, ECA. Sorry, I just got a frog in my throat right now. So my proposal, I know this would be to move Inyo into the ECA, then you obviously have over whatever 30 something thousand, and then maybe shift the line of Fresno Kern north to make up for that. That way you do keep those communities of interest. I've advocated for small towns, small communities, and especially for smaller populated counties. I would love to keep Inyo with its neighbors of Mono and Alpine. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamina, did you want to say something? Or, sorry, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, while Tamina or while Kennedy had the map right where she did, we are hearing just people call in with public comment for hours and hours on end. And I just wanted to assure the public that we are indeed listening and paying attention. We received one caller, individual last night that lived in Mammoth Lake and talked about the smallness of it. And she lives in Bishop and was concerned about being split and what have you. I wanted to particularly call that one out because I think the comment was that the name has not even been mentioned, like we are not, giving proper attention to some of the smaller areas. And certainly we can't call out every place in California that we're spending hours and hours reading through public comment on, but it did touch my heart. And I wanted to make sure that I did at least acknowledge that, yes, we do see we are struggling with this area as other areas, trying to ensure that we're following the criteria and we're keeping communities of interest. And it is quite a challenge, but I don't want Californians necessarily to think that we're bypassing testimonies and public comment in the larger areas and we're not hearing or seeing the smaller areas. So I just want to shout out to Bishop, Mammoth Lake, Mono, Inyo, all of those smaller areas and the smaller towns and incorporated, unincorporated, all of these areas there, not just for that area, but across. We're reading every comment that comes in and trying to be led by that in accordance with the criteria that we have to follow. That's all. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Turner. And I put myself in the queue here because, clearly this is an area where this was, Commissioner Akutko and I, this was our area. And the only reason I didn't really bring this up extensively and mention this, that how this is absolutely the thing that Inyo and Mono do not want, and they haven't asked for a lot, but this is the one thing they did not want, it is because there is another option. And it keeps many more communities happy. It's actually, it has a lot of bonuses with it. And so I did not mention it, which I do apologize, because it did seem like we didn't talk about Mono and Inyo where we talked about all these other areas. And no, we as a commission are indeed reading everything, and we are indeed looking at everywhere. So I just want to say that. Commissioner Sinai.
No need.
Okay, thank you very much. So Kennedy, could we see option 2?
Yes, and I was going to say, just wanted to remind you, there's another option. We just hadn't gotten to it yet. So let me pull that up for you.
I will also say that, you know, there was sort of the other idea of matching the populations from the north to south disparity and resolving them was got down the coast. But we just saw how well that coastal area sort of fits together. And that was quickly discounted by the mappers to say that's just really not a good idea. So that's why we didn't see that a third option. So Kenny, if you could.
So yes, and so this, we had worked on a version yesterday of the new VRAs like areas. So this is not reflecting the VRA areas, but it does reflect the 17,000 change. And mostly those were changes just within those areas. So it doesn't have a huge effect on what's going on here, just to let you know. But so this is very similar in that it takes in Discovery Bay and Byron, then goes through ECA. The line in Fresno, it did have a slight split in the north, and I brought it up to the county line here for the Fresno Kern, and that's where it took in those 17,000 people. I tried just within this area here, but there were not enough people here. And so then moved the 17,000 down through Fresno and then to California City, and it did have to be cut. I'm going to zoom in so that you can see that California City does have a split through it, and North Edwards, Boron, and Edwards Air Force Base are moving outwards because that is making the population of 17,000.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Kennedy, for respecting the smaller counties. I should have waited for your second option. So thank you. I do prefer this one. I feel maybe that was just, I was just, setting it up for you, Kennedy.
Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, Kennedy, real quick, just wondering why the Marcoa deviation keeps showing up at 11,500.
I do not have the Sivan's version in this map, which is why, because we've been working on so many different versions, I don't have her district that you've worked on with her in this map. Because this is a screenshot from a couple of days ago as well, so I don't have that in here.
Right, so theoretically with either of these options, that would be close to zero, correct?
Yes, because this has, it's a 7, I can look up the exact population, but right here is around 17,000 people.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Salvani.
Yeah, sorry, can we just pull out and take a look at this option a little bit more closely? I want to see what's happening further up.
Yes, one moment. Is there any area that you would like me to zoom in closer on?
Well, so I'm just trying to understand. So this is a visualization, and we're still pulling from a lot of population from which part of the state? From Modesto?
Yes, Kenny, could you please walk us through that again?
Yes, so ECA has always been taking from Modesto and Turlock. That has not changed. Basically, we're just moving 17,000 through Discovery Bay, Byron. It shifts the line in San Joaquin a little and then spits it out through Fresno Kern and then down.
Thank you for that, Kennedy. And I'm just curious, I've heard so many of my colleagues talk so beautifully about the needs of rural communities. And I agree with that. But the testimony that we had received from Inyo and Mono had asked to have this district go all the way up to Roseville. And I'm just wondering if, I understand that there are some that don't want that to happen, but I'm just wondering, have we ever visualized it? Have we ever even considered that as an option? And I just want to get some clarity if we ever tried to consider that, or if that was a non-starter from the get-go.
I'm sorry, I totally missed that. My Wi-Fi went out, Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure.
Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, during our 14-day comment period after our draft maps, we heard from folks both in Modesto and in the ECA region here that they didn't want to, that Modesto didn't want to be with the mountain areas, and that the mountain areas didn't want to be with Modesto. And so I hear so many of you like really honoring the desires and wishes of rural communities, and I love that. And I'm just wondering if we've ever even attempted to actually do that and at least visualize what it would look like to have this ECA district not have Modesto included and take a look at Roseville. I'm just trying to make sure that when we finalize these maps that we have left no stone unturned. And I think, I was so moved, by the pieces from so many of you about really wanting to honor those desires.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Turner.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I agree. We want to ensure that no stones are unturned in every iteration, in every area of the map. Kennedy, in bringing the population down, and I know I'm probably going the opposite direction, but was there an opportunity back in the Modesto area with any of the population we were shifting to make Modesto whole and not in the ECA district? Because can we do anything back up there? Went through it a little bit quick. My computer's glitching a bit, so I was probably a bit behind you.
So Modesto, the goal of this, as I was, and Commissioner Fornaciari can speak clearer to this, but it was not focusing on the Modesto.
Right.
And so it was focusing on the 17,000, and I would need to check on the population of Modesto, but that switch is a little bit bigger, and I think parts of Modesto were going into, well, I know parts of Modesto were going into the Stannis Fresno as well.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying, so that you're answering, so because I didn't ask it clear enough, Kennedy, I'm sorry. I'm asking, since Modesto is split, is there an opportunity to utilize that fact and have the split portion going towards ECA, not going towards ECA, and utilizing that 17,000 in some way? Because we didn't focus on it. This is new conversation. And just to your point earlier, this split has been there for quite a while, but I think we've been waiting. The Central Valley is a challenge because it is sandwiched between the border and then, of course, the coast on the other side. And so we continue to have this issue of this bottleneck and in the Central Valley, or I should say the challenge of trying to make it work. So I understand that and understand Modesto hadn't been the focus. But to that point, I am trying to see, is there a way we can respond to all of the testimonies that we've received for Modesto?
And if I may, I have pulled up the visualization from 1107. And that has Modesto, Turlock with Tracy, Mountain House, Manteca, Lodi to Farmington, Oakdale. It has those parts of Stanislaus and San Joaquin together. And then ECA pulled from, I think it has Rancho Murrieta and goes up to Plumas. So that is a visualization that we did look at before, not including that. And it goes up to including, oh, sorry, you're waving your hand, but that's something that we did look at before, and it's in the VCD 1107 visualization.
I don't want to jump the line here, but I see Commissioner Fornaciari wildly waving his hand. Is this directly related to this?
Yes, I didn't feel like I was being wild, but that's okay.
I saw it. I really
Yes.
appreciated it.
So Commissioner Sidwani, specifically to answer the Roseville question, to get to Roseville is on the northwest side of Sacramento. So you got to go around all the way around the top to get back in, bypassing a bunch of population. And then that essentially drives the maps for the entire state, or certainly in the north part of the state. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Kennedy, in the November 7th, did we have 3 VRA districts or only 2 at that point?
One moment while I.
Because I believe a bunch of the changes were related to us making 3 VRA districts, and then we wound up with that population there.
So, yeah, we still actually had 3 in this.
Oh, we did, okay.
We had,
With all
Dennis Fresno stayed the same, so the split within Modesto and
Right.
Turlock look very similar, and then it's just that the rest of Modesto is going north and taking from San Joaquin instead, and so that does change what Sacramento will look like. But even in this visualization, we actually did not go into Roseville. I think similar to reasons that you said. So we kept all of El Dorado, took some of Placer, and then kept going north into Plumas for that.
Yeah, and then finally, I'll just refer back to other COI testimony we got that the folks up in the north hated that, right? They wanted to go east-west, those counties up north. So, I mean, we're balancing COI input at that point.
And I can pull up 1107 on this map if you would like to look at it, but if not.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kuchikawa.
Yeah, I have another maybe question or idea. I noticed, Kennedy, that you had to split California City. Could you go down? Okay, so I don't know if this would be weird, but what if you were to take some population from like that, it looks like Pearsonville. I know you're at the county line there, and then you're at the county line for Kern, where Ridgecrest is included. But what if you were to take from Pearsonville and then cut in all the way in to Mohave, Rosamond, Edwards, California City, Ridgecrest, and you added all of that to the ECA district? Would that pick up sufficient population where you could maybe move Modesto into a Stanislaus district and perhaps even taken, well, at least Modesto?
I think that population is not exactly equal. And I'm pulling up right now California City, one moment.
I mean, people might not like that one more, but I did hear similar testimony that Commissioner Fornaciari is talking about. So instead of going further north, maybe instead of dipping into San Bernardino, dip into Kern for that little piece there. And that might make more sense. I think they share a media market. So maybe that might, that's not the best option, but it is, just another alternate option to group them together in a district.
And so California City alone is 12,000. And so I had to split because I didn't want to split the smaller Edwards Air Force Base, North Edwards or Boron. So that's why I chose to split that instead of splitting the others. I think taking from Pearsonville down also would mean taking Ridgecrest. Is that what you're referring
that's
to
what I
as
was
well?
thinking too. Yeah.
And so, yeah, you need to talk about that.
I mean, but in doing so, you might be able to then put back some of those further, like, El Dorado into a Sacramento district. Like, I think that's what they wanted. Because I think they also, yeah, Mojave and Rosamond were also, I guess they wanted to be together if possible. And Pearsonville is already in the Inyo district or the ECA district.
And so that has 75,000 people, and I do not have the population of Modesto currently. I'm not sure if anyone else does, but I don't believe it's an even switch.
Modesto's a lot more.
219,000.
Oh, okay.
And then that would also be, well, I don't know. Obviously you all make the decisions, but from what I heard before, moving Ridgecrest out of Kern was also a no-no, but I know you have to make a bunch of no-nos. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're well past the no-nos now. What if you were to give up some more of that Fresno area?
Sorry, Chair, can I comment?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
please.
Let's zoom out. Okay, let's zoom out. If we don't want Modesto in the mountain, we have to that population has to go north.
Correct.
And population has to come down from the north. We can't fix it in the south because we can't get that population there. Okay, so we'd have to take that population and go through San Joaquin into Sacramento, and then out the top of Sacramento into and redo like Placer and those counties to make that switch. That's the switch that we'd have to do. And then I guess to go back to Commissioner Turner's question earlier about the 17,000, it's going the other direction. Right, we had to add population to ECA to move that 17,000. So, it just made it bigger, and we couldn't take, and so that's why we couldn't make the split in Modesto smaller.
Yeah, the visualization, as Commissioner Fornishari is saying, with the population, we're trying to move the population down. That means the lines that are further down the map, further south, move up the map. So that's where it's the lines move.
I mean, we can look at this and see what that looks like. That's certainly something we can take a look at if the commission would like.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to respond. Thank you, Commissioner Fernishari, regarding the Roseville. And I'm going to respond to the Modesto. I realize Modesto, they probably, neither one wants to be, but I do have family in Modesto, and I would say there's lots of parts of Modesto that are more rural and country-ish, like I want to say country-ish, than maybe anyone wants to admit at this point. But I do feel that that's a better fit than trying to go around and get to Roseville or any of those communities, which are truly a suburb of Sacramento area, which are not rural. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And thank you for the discussion. I certainly agree that there are parts of Modesto that are rural. I just don't know that there's parts of it that truly is a good fit with Mono and Inyo and some of those. So I think that's where the problem will be. And in no way would I want to go down into Kern, picking up those communities into this district at all. And so I'm still looking for opportunities to see what else, even if it needs to go through San Joaquin County and some other direction. I just think that this is a stretch. And when we explore, and if there indeed is nothing else that can be done, then that's when we need to move. But I don't want to give up on it too quick because we've taken, we take time in all of our areas, and I appreciate the time in all of the areas. Modesto is not a fit with Mono and Alpine if we can help it. And if moving that other part of Modesto into other like rural areas is a different story and would be an easier, I guess, connection.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sabani?
Yeah, I think just to chime in on all of this, Commissioner Fornashari, I so appreciate all of the work that you've done here, and so I certainly don't want you to feel that I'm not appreciating that, because we do have a larger map issue. That being said, we've heard a lot from Modesto, a lot from Inyo-Mano. They don't want to be together. I understand. I hear you saying Roseville maybe doesn't want to be with this community either. But I think given all of the testimony that we received on our draft map, I do feel beholden to at least explore what other options are out there. That being said, on the issue of the 17,000 people that need to be shifted around, I'll just remind us, we've had a caller, I believe it's the same individual who's called in the last 2 nights, from Yucaipa, wanting to keep Yucaipa at the bottom of San Bernardino with Calimesa. Calimesa is about 10,000 people. There's another city right nearby. I'm still curious to figure out if there might be other ways to distribute population in order to meet these goals. And at a minimum, I do feel like it's our responsibility to take a look at the options that can serve these communities. I mean, from the get-go, Inyo-Mano said that they did not want to be with the Central Valley. So in good faith to them, I do think it's beholden on us to at least look at what other options might be out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, did you have a?
Yeah, I can go again. Couple things. If we try to push all of that population, I think it was 200,000 plus, all the way north, again, breaking up other communities of interest. If you're not going to put Inyo-Mano and Alpine with the central, it's going to be the whole loop around, going all the way north, and maybe even the coastal, in order to get communities that are similar. And that's the difficult part when you have the smaller population areas that you have to contend with. And from me coming from a small town, I have to contend with being with populations that are bigger. And I think at this point we are trading off significant communities of interest for other significant communities of interest that this can potentially disrupt as well. Thank you.
If I may just respond,
Certainly.
Chair, I'll just note, we're trading all over the state, right? Later today, you'll see a plan for lower down in the state. That's a share the pain plan, right? And recognizing that, cities are being split, communities of interest are being split. And as we've talked about over and over again, these congressional maps are the hardest because the deviations are so low. But again, I think it's just worth, at minimum, exploring to ensure that when we finish this process, we can say we tried. We tried. And maybe it didn't happen, but we tried.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sinai.
I'm not sure if this can help or not help, but we have received a lot of input from Sanger. I'm not sure how to say it.
Sanger.
Sire? Sanger.
You have to throw a bit of an Okie accent into it. Sanger.
Sorry. Okay. Anyway, from that place, I always put a Spanish accent on everything. But we have received a lot from that city asking not to be split. So I don't know if there's a way to share take one split and move it that way. Or I don't know enough, but I just want to make sure to voice for them to know that they're not split here. Never mind. Because we're receiving a lot of comments about not being happy where they've been put, but maybe they were split in the assembly and they've been bringing it up here. Sorry.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Sinai. I put myself in the queue here. I just want to say the reason I can say Sanger is because I went to as in the Okie, I went to high school in Oklahoma. So, I put myself in the queue here because I've been hearing this, and I know that this is a very difficult thing if we could make these happen. I volunteer to work with one of the line drawers offline to try to run some scenarios, because for us to attempt to do something right now would take us until the end of, the end of the month.
And if I may, I think another thing that would happen is, sorry, going back to this, the 7th, I think what going northward at least is worth the commission taking a look at from November 7th. And again, I can pull that up to show you what that would look like moving northward, because it will change a lot of this moving north. So Modesto and Turlock are going to be with Tracy and Mountain House, picking up population from Lathrop and Manteca there and going northward if there's a hard line here. And so obviously we can change probably more things up in Sacramento, but I think looking at the 1107 is a good, just good thing to look at for what you can expect to see moving forward with a plan like that.
Okay, good. Yes, then yes, because I think we'd like to explore this. So could we have a quick look at that? And while you're switching, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, Chair, I'm also willing to look at this ECA since this was an area in which you and I shared, for the outreach work that we were doing. If perhaps, I don't know how strongly you feel about it. I mean, I'm more than happy to help, but I was just thinking then if I could perhaps work with Commissioner Fornaciari along with Kennedy, since he has looked at a lot of the options in the Northern California, Sacramento area. But I mean, but if you want to, I mean, I don't know if you're planning to do it on your own.
Yes. I mean, in terms of, it would be after, not during meeting with the line drawer, but yes, if you'd like to also, we can certainly coordinate. Commissioner, if we just have to get, I don't know who, I can't volunteer other people, so, but I'd be happy to do that. I see Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really, really close, so we might as well just go through this. So,
thank you. Let's review this, please. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I would just keep it to 2 commissioners working in any given area, just so that,
yes,
just for that reason. And of course, any of us can give feedback through staff to the line drawers, and of course, and I mean, that would just be my comment, just to keep it, just to ensure that we're out of an overabundance of caution. That would be it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner Toledo. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kutagawa? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I guess maybe speaking of overabundance of caution, I guess maybe I'm just thinking that since I'm thinking that since whether I work with you or whether I work with Commissioner Fornaciari, I think because we're of different parties, it might also, be better.
Yeah, that's what you and I were working on this area. So, but again, however, but again, if Commissioner Fornaciari, I think we should go ahead and go through this, and this might tell us a great deal. So Kennedy, could you go ahead, please?
Yes, so I have those lines turned on. Actually we can start from the bottom. Pretty much everything stays the same as far as like changes we've made within the VRA districts have been localized within those. And so we have Mono, the same parts of Fresno, Madera, Inyo, Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, Alpine, El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, Yuba, split from Sutter, Sierra, and Plumas, all in one district. And then going into what the change in Stanislaus is. So again, the split is pretty much identical to the one that we have now for the VRA district. So we have parts of Modesto, parts of Turlock going north. As you can see, it's not perfectly balanced, but it's at negative 0.30%. And this includes Mountain House, Tracy, Lathrop, Manteca, Oakdale to Knights Ferry, and Lodi is a part of this, Dogtown, all of the farming cities to the east of San Joaquin. and then moving north. And there were different priorities at the time of making this too. So, but just I think at the time keeping Stockton whole was a big priority too. So we have that put in with Elk Grove and Vineyard, Florin and Lemon Hill, Wilton and Galt. So Elk Grove and Vineyard are together. However, they're not with any more of Sacramento, but the city of Sacramento in this visualization was able to be kept whole. In the visualization that we have now, West Sacramento was brought in from YOLO, and in this one it is brought back into YOLO, so that will make effect to Mina's areas as well. And then we have moving a bit more north. I think moving all the way into Roseville, obviously we can try moving things around, but that might strand some of the cities here in northern Sacramento if Roseville is populating ECA. And because that's a big part of population in this area too, is that Roseville piece. And then moving north, I kind of forgot what our north looks like now. Let me overlay that district. Basically, the lake was split in this visualization. It is no longer in the visualization that we have now. We no longer have Trinity a part of the north or Del Norte. So we had Del Norte and Trinity brought into this northern visualization as well. And so, and now I believe, let me turn that district on one more time. We have El Dorado up to Plumas, all in one district, and Placer, parts of Placer as well, and parts of Yuba. And so that is what this is, a smaller district here because it has those bigger cities of El Dorado and Placer in it. And that is a little bit of some differences. Sorry that these are the same color. If you want me to overlay that a different color, let me put it in like we've been doing in like a green color. But those are the major differences that we're seeing, and that likely will be a part of the change of putting Modesto back into this area.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Kennedy. I would love for those that have been named and volunteered to continue to take a look at this. Kennedy, I'm wondering, I know that in bringing Modesto back into the San Joaquin area, that causes the split in Stockton and further splits there, which is maybe acceptable based on what we need to accomplish for a congressional district. I'm wondering though, we also worked on our current iteration of moving some lines slightly, some communities in and out. And I'm wondering if the work that's been done since our draft, if there can be a combining where there does not need to have impact up in that other area. So I think maybe just looking at it a little bit longer, I don't think it's one or the other. I'm hopeful that we are able to accomplish moving Modesto out of ECA, perhaps having to make that shift now to where it is Mountain House, Tracy, et cetera, with Modesto as opposed to Stockton, and then make some of the other finer changes that we've talked about before and be able to balance the district out in that manner.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to raise that, here we do have the South Tahoe, the whole Lake Tahoe and Truckee all together, and their counties completely together, which was something we talked about yesterday, but we didn't know if we would be able to do it. So I just wanted to raise that.
Thank you. I also did notice in that one, the area with Fairfield was actually in Sonoma. And it appeared only Benicia and Vallejo were down into Contra Costa. So, but thank you very much for walking us through that, Kennedy. Oh, Commissioner Fernandez.
And that would be actually Solano, not Sonoma.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Solano, yes.
Right, and this would be, because it sounds like you were trying to look at the entire, all of the maps from the 11/7. So it's completely different than what we have now, and it's going to completely change the other districts, obviously, that we worked on. And I probably will have some issues with some of the COIs that we're breaking up, and so it's too early to tell. I just want to make sure I let everyone know about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Yes, as Commissioner Fornashari said, this is not an easy fix. It's not just something we could easily do, otherwise we would have done it. So I think it is worth exploration, and I'm glad that we have volunteers to be doing that. But I don't think it's unless I'm not so sure iterations will actually come back out of it. I will say that there might, and there hopefully will. But Commissioner Toledo?
Can we see a little bit closer of what the impact would be to Solano County?
Yes, one
It's hard
moment.
to tell from my screen. Can you specify?
Here, oh,
So Solano County, Fairfield would go into the Napa YOLO. So more of Fairfield. Is that more of Fairfield? Is that it? Kennedy?
more of Fairfield.
Oh, and Davis would go down. So we would lose
Yeah, and
Davis.
then you lose Davis and what that West Sacramento, and it's going down into Contra Costa.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so I just hadn't seen all of the details as closely, but
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo.
I appreciate this. Thank you.
Commissioner Fornashari?
You know, we had this iteration. We spent a heck of a lot of time going through this iteration, and we changed it because we didn't like it. And now we're going to go back and do it again and blow up the whole state. And so if that's what, you guys want me to do, I'll work to take another look. But I feel like we're just going down the same road we went down before. I will also say that one of our principles is if a community asks what it wants to be with, okay, let me say it this way. If I live in Inyo and I say I want to be with Roseville, that has maybe less weight than if I'm in Roseville and say I don't want to be with Inyo. I mean, we've got these three small counties driving the entire design of the state, and I just, I'd love to take there and do everything for everyone. But I mean, we looked at it, we went through this in detail, and we rejected it. So, and it's not going to look much different when we get done.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Fernandez?
I think that's my frustration as well, is we went through the north and we did it, and now every change we make is going to completely redo, and we're just, we're never going to get done. I'm sorry, it's just, and I agree, we already went through this iteration and we made changes to it, and it's just frustrating that we put hours into this, and then we continue. Any change you want to make is going to affect the north, and that's why initially I had recommended just going from south all the way to north, because I knew that was going to happen. But yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to say I understand the frustrations and what have you. I just believe Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Fernandez, commissioners, I just feel like we learn as we go. I think that we started out with a lot of what we felt were hard and non-negotiables. Things like, I wanted San Joaquin County together. You wanted YOLO together. Someone else wanted something else together. Based on what we've heard, based on testimony, we're not just pulling it out of the air. And as we've gone through the entire map, we've had to make some tough decisions in a lot of places that make you then kind of go back and think, did it really have to be that way? Because if we took hard lines in some places and other places, we made exceptions, then we do need to go back and look at it, which for me is what's driving a change of thought. I don't want us to continue to revamp the map over and over and over, particularly where it does not make sense. But I think going into this, I'm just hoping that we did not make some choices based on what we thought had to happen. And actually, for all of the almost 40 million Californians that they're there, all of the testimony is important, but it is not our top criteria. And so I just want to be open. I'm not locked in to having to change or locked into having to stay. I'm trying to stay open and hear the initial public comment that we received, being responsive to the current public comment that we're receiving. And I think another thing we talked about early on is that just as much as we don't want to be set in our initial comments that we've received, we need the initial comments. When the initial comments come in, people that know the system, that know their representatives, that know their areas, they'll be the first ones that will lock in, and we don't want to penalize them because they were the first. But by the same token, once we put out draft maps and people wake up and be, oh my goodness, I see what the change is, and they start to respond, they also get an opportunity to respond, and we get to be responsive to those voices. So it's a tough process. I'm saying all of that to say, I don't know where I'm going to end. I do want us to just look at it, and Commissioner Furnish-Chardy, since you're one of the ones that's going to do it, maybe just look at it from the lens that says there are no, the things that we thought had to happen before, maybe they don't. And if everything is up for grabs, truly, is there a better way or a different way to do this? And if you come back and say, we checked it, because we've got to rely on trust in the 14 of us as well. We've worked well together, and I don't think anyone's pulling for something that someone else doesn't want. So for me, every time someone says, I'm for a urban area, I'm for a rural area, we're all for all areas, and I've seen you all do it. So from that perspective, if you come back and say, we've tried that, again, we looked at it and it's taking us back to the exact same space we were before, and with our constraints, we can't do it, then great. But what I don't want to do is to just take the easy pass and say, we tried it once, we're not going to go back and look at it again. That's all. Thank you for letting me go on that long.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Turner. I think about some of the thoughts of lines I didn't think I would want to cross because of testimony and other things like that. I just appreciate what you said about remaining open. I think with that said, I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Fornaciari. I think I called you out and just put you in a spot. So, I didn't want to like volunteer you to do something that maybe you hadn't volunteered to do. So I just started thinking about that. I was like, oh man. So anyways, I mean, if there's someone else that wants to do it, that's fine. I just want to, don't want to put you on the spot of having to feel like you're, kind of Groundhog Day again.
And that's why I'm just going to jump in here because that is indeed why I volunteered. Commissioner Fornaciari has been doing a great deal. He's done this multiple times. And I really felt it was a little bit of an imposition, quite frankly, because, and that's why I thought I would be happy to work with Commissioner Kutagawa. And if there's a way that we are not just blowing up the map, I'd bring it back. Because we're working with this. We've gone through this. We've had different lines, and I really appreciate what Commissioner Turner said. I think it is worth another go. And that's why I was going to give it a go, because that way I felt, and I think if I could bring something back and go, oof, well, nice try, but then I think we'll do that. And that's why I thought I would volunteer. Because I haven't done this, and everyone else has been pushing in their time, and I really, really appreciate that. So that's why I said that. So, Commissioner Fornaciari?
A couple things. First, wouldn't be the first time I was voluntold, but whatever. Commissioner Anderson, that's fine. I'd be happy to take a look. Either way we want to go. I want to just appreciate Commissioner Turner. Your perspective has been really impactful on me personally, and I appreciate that. And you're making me want to be a better man and a better person. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I think the idea, I really appreciate the effort that's gone into this. I do feel that it is good to have fresh eyes look at things, so you don't feel like you're hitting your head against the wall and feeling like Groundhog Day. And so the only thing I ask is that the fresh eyes first allow the mappers to tell you what has been tried and where the necks are, and then start with the fresh ideas, because the mappers are also having Groundhog Day. So let's just make sure that that we all work collaboratively. And again, and I also appreciate what each Commissioner Turner said, and I think all of us keep reminding each other of that, and it's so hard for all of us, because we do read the engagements, the public input, and we hear the public input, and it's like, oh, whoa, we did that. Can we go back now to the assembly maps, or can we do that? And again, you can get stuck on looking at a small little area or looking at the big picture. And thank you all for being on this journey and learning experience together.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. With that said, particularly with fresh eyes, I think that puts that's myself and Commissioner Kutagawa. And with that, and I said, well, if we come up with something that is a possibility, we'll bring it back. But we'll definitely have a good look. We'll bring back some regardless. But now let's move on, because we've looked at this, and we are actually trying to look at the Central Valley and those VRA districts. So could we please, Kendi, can we head down that direction? And now we only have, lunch is at 2:30. So we have a very short amount of time here. We've actually kind of looked at this before, so I know that we have very, very good comments and good questions here, and let's dive into it. Thank you.
In one moment, it was on a different snapshot, so I'm just reverting to that to see your most recent changes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Now, I believe, was Commissioner Turner, were you sort of working with Kennedy on this and doing some slight variations here?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was, Kennedy, we all have done a lot of work in this area. We've tried to be responsive to community testimony, public comment that's coming in. And in looking, what I was looking to do, particularly in this area that is one of our BRA districts, is seeing what we can do to increase. And for all of the changes that we made, it just continued to lower it. I feel pretty strongly about what's already presented, what the commission has already worked on, and ultimately did not end up with any different iteration for this area.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Well, I really appreciate. I know you went to work on this, and it's as you know the area better than I believe all the rest of the commission. I really appreciate your efforts here, and of course with Kennedy. So, any other questions that we can move out a little bit, Commissioner Toledo?
Just for to ensure that the public is aware of what was considered, can maybe Kennedy or Commissioner Turner just give a little bit more detail on what types of explorations were considered, and we know the outcome that none were taken up, but just for transparency's sake.
Absolutely, thank you. Kennedy, can you walk us through those changes, please, or those considerations?
Yes, I can. One moment. I took a screenshot of trying to make some of those changes, so I can pull that up as well for you to see.
That'd be very helpful for us and for the public. And while we're waiting, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Turner and Kennedy for doing the exploration that we requested. Thank you.
So ultimately, the CVAP in Stannis Fresno and Fresno Tulare went down. Kings Tulare Kern did go up slightly, but this dropped from a 52 to 53, and this was just dropped slightly from 0.6%, but it just kept dropping lower in the Stannis Fresno. So I'm going to zoom into the Fresno area, and I can put up the old lines. So in blue is what they used to look like, and I tried to make these changes to bring in the community north of Shaw up to Bullard between West and Cedar Avenues. Just brought in a lot of population, and ultimately this change and moving out to, I believe it's what this area here is south of Bullard, between North and Shaw also. It's next to Old Fig Garden, this west of the 99 freeway Coy, trying to bring that in as well. Again, brought down the CVAP in both areas, and then trying to move West Park in. That was bringing down the CVAP here, all while bringing up the oh my goodness, the deviation in the Fresno Tulare district. And so then moving down within Tulare, I brought in all of Tulare here, which did help with bringing this CVAP higher a bit. And then, but it still did not help with this CVAP here. So there's a lot of, in these moves, there was a lot of exchanging, but ultimately just resulting in the top two having a lower CVAP than before. So definitely tried to bring in those other areas north of Old Fig Garden, west of the 99 and West Park, but ultimately it just does bring down the CVAP. But I will mention that the west of the 99 and West Park, though they're separated from Old Fig Garden, are together in the Stannis Fresno iteration that we have now. And so those were the main changes, trying to keep those communities together.
Thank you.
And so, thank you, Kennedy. And so, commissioners, so what we did was look at all of the COIs that we could, get a hold of that came in for this area, the maps that came in for this area, and for what we're trying to do with our VRA districts. The way that we were able to split them out, we were able to honor and what we had already, not because we changed it, we had already included a lot of the piece parts that was requested, Terabella being the same, Lemoore the same, in the same district and together, and different. In our trying to do more, everything resulted in less. And so, or it then would break a COI, but didn't necessarily give us an increase in a CVAP. And so we decided we had probably done the best we can in this area and could not find a different way to increase it. So this is why we have what we have.
Thank you. That's thanks for your efforts.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you walking through those changes. And that was a lot of work involved. Thank you. Mr. Sinai.
That was basically what I was going to say is thank you. That was helpful to look at it, but it was also thank you for going in open-minded and exploring. And every time I kind of look more deeply into the different CVAPs, I'm feeling more and more comfortable just because of the explorations, but also the combination of just the different communities that are in these CVAPs and the strength of that gives the full community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sapani.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much for looking more closely at these. I'm wondering, I know we had received, as it has been mentioned earlier today, that MALDEF plan, and my sense is that there's, it, of course, is a little bit different than ours because it is different. And I'm just wondering, though, if any of those changes might help improve the CVAP in any of these districts in such a way that perhaps could help these districts to perform their VRA districts, and the purpose is so that communities, historically excluded communities and protected communities, can elect the candidates of their choice, particularly on the Bakersfield district, the King Tula Kern.
Mm-hmm.
If you give me a moment, if it's okay to switch back to the snapshot so that if I make any changes on our current district, I can do that, because this is the plan with the change from that Commissioner Turner and I had been working with together. And so if we're moving for that, if it's okay if I move back to the other snapshot.
Well, I'm okay with these changes. Is this a snapshot itself?
Yes, this is a snapshot. And so if you want to see different changes or anything like that, I would just revert to the snapshot of our VRA without the changes that Commissioner Turner and I worked on.
I think either way, I'm comfortable with the changes
Yep.
Commissioner Turner made. I'm just wondering if there might be additional places that we could make swaps in order to.
So for example, and see if this answers as well, because we closely try to track and watch the LCVAP, particularly for this area. So we have, I think it was the Dolores Huerta maps came in at 58 in one district, 60 and then 32. And MALDEF did 50, 53, and then 59.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and if you see our current LCVAPs right now is 51, 65, 53, 17, 55, 49. And so the numbers, may switch slightly, different places, but for us and for the council that we've received, and we're trying to get them as high as we can in each of these areas, we believe that we're able to get, we have our 3 VRA districts, and this is what we're trying to protect and ensure that does not decrease. And so for any changes that we were making in trying, now, perhaps if we were only looking to draw 2 or do something different, or, we're trying to just maximize what we have in the area that will allow people in the area to be able to elect candidates of choice. So this is how we shook out, and we did look at them. And I don't know if you want Kennedy to pull something else up or not.
Just one to clarify, Commissioner Turner, did you decide to make some changes? I thought these were just attempts you tried, but
Right.
Yes,
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And we're
Just
showing
to
what
clarify.
What you have.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Sadbani?
Oh, so what we're looking at, there's no changes from the draft map?
If these are from the draft map, yes, these are changes we have. So, but these are Commissioner Turner's changes from the changes we made yesterday. And so that's why if we weren't moving forward with her changes, I was going to go back to just the changes that you made yesterday.
I think that's where I'm getting confused, because I thought you just said there weren't any changes.
No, I mean, in terms of, there was the draft map, we made changes yesterday, and Commissioner Turner was going to work with with Kennedy to see if you could improve things. And they did all these other blue things to attempt that, but decided, let's go with what work we did yesterday, which is different from the draft.
Right. So thank you for asking that for clarification, Commissioner Sadbani. I didn't make any changes offline outside of what we did in public session yesterday. And the directive was for me to go take it from there to see if we can improve on what we did. And we didn't find any additional changes.
Okay.
So I'm going to switch back to the changes that you made yesterday. This was, and Commissioner Turner eloquently described our changes and why we didn't make them. And then Commissioner Toledo asked to see those changes so that the public can see what we tried as well. So I'm going to go back to just the original changes. So this was just to show we tried some different things, and I will show you what you have now. Sorry for that confusion with all these plans and all these snapshots. I know it's a lot. So I think what you would like to speak on, I will show you now, and I'll zoom into the Bakersfield area. And so I think you were talking about in Bakersfield about increasing CVAP. There are, cutting into Fresno Kern, if I were to come up and split Shafter, remove more of Oildale, that could raise the CVAP. It would leave you with 17,000 people in this area, separate from the 17,000 that we have to push down to the San Bernardino, the southern parts of the state. But there are ways working within here to do that. It's just how we'd like to shift earlier. Also, this change in Oildale was to widen this area. So we could take that out. You could get this to taking that out, and this parts of Shafter, splitting Shafter would get you probably to about 17,000 people needed to be moved.
Yeah, while we're thinking there, we only have 5 minutes because at 2:30 it's the time for the break and it's time for lunch. But continue. Commissioner Sadwani, did you have?
And I can show you that really fast.
Sure.
Hold on. So these are clearly some kind of rougher lines, but let me pull up that. This is, hold on, let me refresh my pending changes. So this selection actually is a little bit less. I would probably cleaning up this line. Let's just do that right now. But as you can see, the CVAP has increased with removing these areas. It's just a matter of more population to move. Oh man, oh my gosh, this is going all over the place. But you saw that demonstration.
Oh, Kennedy, could you show me where is Lemoore?
Yes, Lemoore is next to, it's in Kings County actually. Lemoore and Hanford are in the north. And so there are other plans that do, and this is actually how ours looked previously, but it does other plans I've seen cut through Lemoore, Hanford, Visalia, and Tulare. And so this was just based on, callers saying keep Kings County whole and other things. So, but we can make a change like that. Also, it is similar to what we had previously, which I can pull up as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. And I mean, as we have all said all over the state, it's great to keep counties together. But certainly these are VRA areas, and great to keep COIs together too. But I think we're getting that testimony that there's a concern that these districts may not perform as they are intended to. And so I just want to be really cautious, and again, just leave no stone unturned. So yeah, Lemoore, Hanford, I'd be curious even about maybe even parts of Tulare and just checking those areas.
Since we're right at lunch, Can we give direction to Kennedy to have a quick look at that?
And this is just what it was before, and this was at a 53%, and this was at a 53% as well.
So that did not change.
Yeah, no, actually, the changes I made brought it from a 53 to a 55%. So this was just our previous iteration cutting through Lemoore. It didn't cut through Lemoore, it went underneath Lemoore and Hanford. If there's, instruction that I cut through them. But this is the old iteration. They're similar, but Kings County, the line is then raised up and then just follows that way. And cuts into a little bit of Tulare with what we have now.
I'm a little confused about what lines we're looking at here, because are there two separate sets of lines on it right now?
Sorry, this is the previous iteration cut through underneath Lemoore.
Where in this iteration is Tulare, though? In
Here.
another...
Yes, it's in the Fresno. It's in a different district.
But in another VRA district?
Yes.
And have we ever attempted to not have it in a VRA district?
Tulare?
Yeah. I'm not
No.
sure what the Latino CVAP is in Tulare.
We can certainly check.
Commissioner Sapone, do you want to give some direction because we're now into the lunch period?
Oh, sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I think that would be something I'd be curious just to explore, is taking out more of it from any VRA district. And so that would be something I'd be interested to explore more. Thank you. And maybe,
Go ahead.
yeah, maybe it leads to nothing, but I think worth exploring. Thank you.
And just quickly, the Latino CVAP is 51.03% in the city of Tulare.
Okay. Great. Now, Kennedy, is that okay? Is that something you could quickly explore? I do want you to have lunch as well.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm exploring. If we felt like, I don't know if you feel like 51% Latino CVAP means it needs to be out of a district, or do you not want to continue with the changes from yesterday, or?
No, we should continue with the changes from yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
We can continue to look and see if there are other options, but I think at this point we're probably getting as close as we can.
Okay. So Commissioner Sapone, did you want to look at because after lunch, the idea was to go down to Southern California, but do you want to continue this app work a little bit with Kennedy
No,
offline?
I think Commissioner Turner has done that. I'll just take a closer look through our map viewer and see if there's any additional areas where we could try. And if I come up with something, then I'll let her know.
Okay. And also not to duplicate Kennedy, you'll obviously be able to talk to Commissioner Turner and say, oh, sorry, we did try that. So I don't want, because I'm sure you guys looked at it extensively as well. So, but you never know, that you might find one other thing, but which we really would appreciate.
That's right.
So thank you very much, everyone. We're on lunch. Unfortunately, got to come back at 3:00. So eat quickly. I hope you have your lunches. We kind of got to, because we have that little continuation. So Mr. Kennedy.
Chair, let's make it 3:05. We'll just have to shorten the next session by 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. 3:05.
Thank you and welcome back to today's meeting of California's Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm Ray Kennedy, Vice Chair for this week's set of meetings. Chair Anderson is out for this block, expects to rejoin us for the next block. Thank you all for joining us. I understand that at this point, the agenda has us going back to Los Angeles and Orange County to get an update from Ms. Clark on some visualizations and explorations that were done overnight. So,
Sorry, I felt as though, I'm just wondering what is happening with the north. If I could get a little bit more clarification about where we are ending with that.
At this point, we're just ending and coming back to it after we look at LA and Orange County.
So do I have specific direction moving forward?
That was my understanding before we left.
May I?
Commissioner
So my understanding is that we are leaving the district as they are at this point, and that there's, if there's any additional review, that we will forward them to you via email as individual commissioners. But there's not any additional work at this time that we are directing, unless
Okay,
I'm wrong. But that's the current direction as I saw it at the end of the meeting.
Okay, one moment while we switch over to Jamie.
Thank you.
Jamie, do we need 5 minutes, or Kennedy? Oh, Jamie's here. Never mind.
No, I'm setting up the map right now, and I could use like 45 seconds.
All right. If everybody could stand at ease for 45 seconds, please.
Hello, listeners. Hope you are all well. What is on the map right now is on the map viewer, and files perhaps now are posted also on the handouts, but it's definitely up on the map viewer. There's I think a couple different things to look at in LA today. This is what one of the things that I worked on last night, and basically is taking the overall structure of what we saw yesterday, implementing some of the changes that were requested by the commission. Everything is balanced to plus or minus one person. Happy to take a look at this or anything else as the commission wishes.
Thank you, Jamie. I can see that the change grouping northeastern Torrance with Gardena was done. Could you walk us through the other changes that were incorporated?
Yeah, absolutely. So I moved commerce with the gateway cities and just changed the split in Downey. That boosted the Latino CVAP in this LB North district, which was identified as one of the goals of the commission. Yes, I moved this area of Torrance into the STHLA district. I did move the line here along the 405 per commission request. I also, for population, adjusted the line in the northern part of this district to balance that population. Additionally, just some other population balancing here in Shoreline. Oh, also in Shoreline, I apologize. I'm going to go back down on the map, but San Pedro is whole in the SP10 district per commission request.
We have Carson, sorry, Jamie, we have Carson and most of West Carson, or is that?
This is all of West Carson.
All of West Carson.
This
Okay.
is part of the Harbor City and Harbor Gateway neighborhoods, and there is a split here for population. The split previously was a little bit further north, but to make that contiguous, based on the move in Torrance, that moved that adjusted further south.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And moving north, again, just some population adjustments here between 10 Core and Glen 2BA. And also population adjustments, getting to zero population in CD 210. This split is still here in Pasadena. I did make Toluca Lake with with Valley Village and NoHo, Van Nuys and Greater Valley Glen neighborhoods in SFV district. Moved some of this population and area in Angeles National Forest into the SFV district per commission direction. And those, I'm just looking over my notes. Those are the changes in addition to everything being balanced to plus or minus one person.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. I'll start out and beyond thanking you again for your great work, ask if, can we, since I don't think there's population up there in the forest, just adjust that north-south line, that one to be farther west?
By this, do you mean basically move the line this way?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One moment, I can try and do that really quickly.
I mean, again, I'm assuming that there's no population in there, and this is just going to clean up the map a little bit.
One moment. How does this line look to you?
That looks fine. Thank you. Commissioner Yee, your hand went up and then down.
Yes, some computer challenges. While we're in LA, a couple of small changes I'd like to suggest. One is that in the congressional districts here, apparently we still have Cal Poly Pomona split. I'd like to give direction to reunite it along the same border as the assembly map.
Right, so as I understand it, that would be adding that unincorporated area.
I believe so, yeah. And one other item, I believe it was Thai-Town, they request the northern border to include both sides of the main commercial strip there on, is it Broadway, I believe, and to go up to Franklin instead.
I thought it was Sunset.
Could be Sunset, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not finding my note.
I think it was Sunset.
It is on both sides of of that street. So, okay, so this is going to require us to balanced population again. This is 2,000 something or 3,000 something?
Wow.
This is 2,306 people. I'll make this larger font. Sorry about that. Would you like to make this change?
Is there objection, Commissioner Toledo?
Or VRA areas, and just want to make sure that that's not impacted.
The Latino CVAP of the Pomona district would become 57.22%. And for STH60, the Latino CVAP would become 55.78%.
And what are the current numbers?
Currently, for the Pomona district, it's 57.32%. And for South 60, it's 55.69%.
So about the same? Yeah, okay, I'm fine with it.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Sinai.
Since we don't have this iteration in the map finder or any picture of it, can we just go slowly across the whole region and kind of like the west side, and then take comments and then just keep moving so that we have time to really absorb it all and make sure we don't miss anything?
Very good. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'd like to just see an up-close version of it because, yeah, just to see it a little bit more closely. Because I remember we had to do this for the assembly map too.
Up close of this unincorporated
Like zoom,
area.
just in
by
that
Cal
area
Poly
where,
Pomona?
yes, where the school is,
Okay.
and then.
Okay,
Can you
so-
zoom in more?
And just a note, this is in the map finder online.
I don't know whether it's just really light. I'm just having a hard time seeing any detail. Like, I think my eyes are just.
So
Not
this is
seeing
where Cal State Polytechnic University Pomona is.
Yeah, sorry. I think hold on. Cannot see a thing on where you are right now. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so Jamie, from here, could you take us on a tour of Los Angeles County, basically in a, I was going to say counterclockwise direction, but if you'd rather go clockwise, that's okay too. And just, we can go district by district and take a look at what we have.
Certainly. I will start at I'm going to start in the Malibu area, and I'm happy to go in a counterclockwise rotation. So in the Malibu SFV district, we have Malibu, Topanga, Palisades, Bel Air, Beverly Crest, Studio City, out to Tarzana, including Woodland Hills, Hidden Hills, Bell Canyon, and then moving north, including Chatsworth and Northridge areas. For the Shoreline District, starting in the north, we have Beverly Hills, West Side neighborhoods such as Westwood, West Side Neighborhood Council, The city of Santa Monica with Venice, Marina Del Rey, the bike trail just west of LAX, El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Torrance, which here is split at Hawthorne and Sepulveda. This district also includes Lomita, Rolling Hills, and Palos Verdes. For SP 710, this district includes San Pedro, Carson, West Carson, Signal Hill, areas in northern and western Long Beach, Paramount, Linwood, and Southgate. And deviating a little bit from our counterclockwise, just to pop into sort of the city of Los Angeles or more interior of the county, in the STHLA district. This includes that part of Torrance in the very northeast corner, east of Hawthorne and north of Sepulveda. It includes Lawndale, Hawthorne, LAX, Inglewood, Westmont, Watts, Willowbrook, Compton, West Rancho Dominguez and East Rancho Dominguez, and Olive Gardena. In 10 core, we have Culver City, View Park, Ladera Heights with South Robertson, Pico, Olympic Park, Mid-City, West Adams, Jefferson Park. Downtown Los Angeles with South Central Neighborhood Council, Central Alameda, Zapata King, 9th District, Park Mesa Heights. Going to move back south to the Long Beach area. In the district called LB North. It includes Commerce with Vernon, Florence Graham, Walnut Park, Huntington Park, Bell Gardens, Cudahy, Maywood, parts of Downey, most of Downey, Bellflower, Lakewood, and then the western and coastal parts of the city of Long Beach. The ports of San Pedro and Long Beach are separate from each other. In the STH60 district, this includes Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, La Habra, La Mirada, Santa Fe Springs, Norwalk, the Whittiers, Montebello, Pico Rivera. CDCOV includes South El Monte, and North El Monte, Avocado Heights. Geographically speaking, most of the city of industry, La Puente, Belinda, Covina and West Covina, Baldwin Park, Irwindale, Duarte, the southern areas of Monrovia, Azusa, southern parts of Glendora, San Dimas, and Laverne. CD 210 includes in San Bernardino County, northern Rancho Cucamonga, Upland, San Antonio Heights, Lytle Creek, and Brightwood. This also includes Claremont, northern parts of Glendora, northern parts of Monrovia. AAPI communities as identified as Ocoee in West San Gabriel Valley, eastern parts of Pasadena, Altadena, out to La Crescenta. And just a couple more. here's Glen 2BA. This includes West Hollywood, Greater Wilshire, Hollywood Hills areas, all of Glendale, all of Burbank, up to Sunland, Tahunga. Also including Silver Lake, most of Echo Park, LaSalle Park, and some of Eagle Rock. Zooming into the Nela district, this includes East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, Chinatown, Little Tokyo, Koreatown, Historic Filipino Town, Thai Town, Pico Union, El Sereno, and these areas up here, part of Eagle Rock, Highland Park. And moving north to SFV, this district includes Greater Toluca Lake, Valley Village, North Hollywood, Greater Valley Glen, Van Nuys, north of Oxnard, Lake Balboa, Reseda, Arleta, Pacoima, the city of San Fernando, Mission Hills, North Hills East, parts of Angeles National Forest. Moving to the AVSCV district, this includes Sylmar, Santa Clarita Valley, Lancaster and Palmdale, and areas identified as Antelope Valley. And then this remainder of the county is rural eastern Antelope Valley areas, and that is that joined with the rest of Morcoa is negative 17,304 people. And as everything below that is balanced to plus or minus one person, this is an area where you could accept population from Northern California to balance everything to plus or minus one person. And I'm just going to zoom out to see LA County.
Okay, discussion, questions, suggestions. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you for doing that. That is helpful. And I did find it on the iterations on the map, though they looked a little different. Like Beverly Hills, you have it in with, I can't remember if it was a coastal. But anyway, my question, do you have the overview of then, you know, the number of VRA districts and majority minority districts we have? Were we able to, you know, maintain as we had hoped?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna zoom out, and in LA County, right now, there are 5 50% Latino CVAP seats. I think that's your question. It's CDCOV, STH 60, the LB North, SP 710, CD Nela, and the San Fernando Valley, SFV district.
I believe that's 6.
Did I thought I said 6, so sorry if I counted wrong.
Okay.
I think you counted right, but you said it wrong.
Commissioner Toledo.
Just wanted to appreciate Jamie for taking the direction of the commission and implementing it. I did have a chance to review. We did have a chance to review this earlier today, so it looks quite. I mean, it meets the goals of the commission as set forth at this point. But I do know that we are working on some refinements, And I believe that's going to be later today, but where we do look at the southern portion of Long Beach in an effort to increase Latino CVAP, and we'll bring that exploration to the commission and to review at a later point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you, Jamie. As always, you've delivered. Are we chair or vice chair? Vice chair. Are we going, well, actually, the chair, right? Are we going to try to determine how we're going to address the 17,000, or is that the future iterations that Commissioner Toledo was talking about?
Well, I think there are different proposals for getting to that, including if we were to move forward with the exploration that Commissioner Sadwani and I and Jamie have been working on, then that might create a path to do that. But so I think that's something, it's a discussion point for the commission that we would be having later today.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. We also have the matter of the 2,307 or so people that we need to bring into South 60. Is that something that we want to do live, or is that something that we would like to ask Jamie to work on offline and come back with a proposal? Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I was not addressing your question. I just remembered a question I had separate, sorry.
Go ahead.
My question was more if we could look at Long Beach and just be clear what POIs we may have split in the Long Beach area when we split Long Beach.
Okay, my understanding is that Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sadwani are going to be coming to us with an exploration, and I think that would be the best time to look at that question.
We do have it, and whenever you want to bring that up.
Very good. Before we do that, I just wanted to go back to CD 210 in the areas of Duarte, Azusa, and Sunland. So if we can extend the northern boundary of CDCOV north from Duarte and Azusa and take in at least a portion of the forest. Correct. Again, I believe this is zero population area.
How far north
Even that is fine.
should I make this change?
Any objections? Commissioner Fernandez?
Actually, that's fine with me. I was actually going to just respond to the, wanting to go to Long Beach in terms of the COIs that we might have split up. I think we've split up quite a few COIs, but we've also kept COIs together. So it's, if we're going to do it from one area in terms of split COIs, are we going to do it for all the areas, which, we'll be here forever. So
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner, just trying to talk about equity.
Yep. Thank you. Commissioner Okitagawa.
Yeah, I am to your question about I think it's the South 60 map. I noticed that the 2305, looking at the Pomona Fontana map, there's 2305 there, and then 2307 in the South 61. I'm wondering if we could take the 2305 or even 2306 from Pomona and move it into that South 60, particularly the side that includes Cal Poly Pomona. There's a lot of synergies between Mount San Antonio College, which is right up the road from the university in Walnut. So if you took that portion perhaps that's just one way of balancing that population there.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, back to Azusa and San Gabriel Mountains and National Forest. I'd be for taking more. I mean, so Azusa gets this whole canyon, but I just have no idea how the mountains are split up. I think in general we were supportive of giving as many people as possible a stake in the parklands there. But that doing that throughout the whole area would take some time. I mean, it would include going east as well. So, yeah, thanks.
Okay. Okay, excellent. If that gets filled in, then I think that's a good stopping point. Very good. Okay. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. I support the direction of this change as well.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I think I support this direction too. Since I know we're going to get lots of different comments, perhaps we can, or I will put a call out to those who know the mountains a little bit better. I'm a little concerned about us just randomly taking, places, parts of the mountains. If there's a way to do it maybe smartly by those who really know the mountains, who use the mountains, perhaps, just like any place, we want to make sure that we're going to make appropriate, appropriate groupings. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Let's go ahead and commit this for now. And the other one was over in the Sunland Tahunga area. I think what I didn't include the first time around was to open that line between Glen 2BA and CD 210 and take in some territory from the forest into Glen 2BA. Okay. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Just one thing, just for clarity, I want to make sure that my comments are not misconstrued. When I said encouraging those who know, it's more in the form of public comment like we've done before, provide public comment either in writing or if they want to call in, it's not to give outside direction to the line. So I just want to make sure I'm really clear on that it's just really a solicitation for additional public comment.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Toledo.
I mean, I'm supportive of these changes, and given that it looks like there's very few people, most places 0, but I think here we're talking about 100 people. I mean, perhaps we can, so I'm supportive of the changes, and I think just a couple, so that's fine. Thank you.
Very good. Let's go ahead and commit this one and go back down to Pomona and take a look at Commissioner Kutagawa's suggestion. Commissioner Kutagawa, as I understand it, you wanted to look at the area around Mount San Antonio College, area that is not part of Cal Poly Pomona.
My suggestion was just removing that kind of western portion of Pomona that abuts next to Mount. If we have to pick a place to cut, or to move, the grouping of population from one district to another. My suggestion was just taking that western edge because the university has some close relationships with the next door community college. And so that was really just because I just noticed that there's a 2305
Right.
deviation. So
Okay, Jamie, could I get your input on where you would recommend balancing the population between these two districts? Is that a reasonable place to try to do it?
Yeah, so this whole area was the area that we just moved.
Right.
So it certainly won't balance exactly since we're only taking part of it, but we could give it a shot, and then I can offline balance between, it looks like it would be either between Walnut and the city of Pomona or Diamond Bar and the city of Pomona.
Okay, my understanding is that what we would be doing is leaving all of Cal Poly Pomona in the Palmont Fund District. We would take that, the white unincorporated area that is not part of Cal Poly Pomona, and come across all the way to the, is that the 71? At the eastern edge of that, and explore in that direction?
no, that was not my
Okay.
suggestion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it
Commissioner
would be to
Fitzgerald.
take, yes, it would be to take essentially 2305 to balance out the deviation, because there's 2307 under in South 60 and 2305 over in Pomona Font. My thought was that starting with that Cal Poly Pomona area and moving 2305 from that area into South 60.
Okay, but the imbalance was caused when we reunited all of Cal Poly Pomona, and we don't want to ununite Cal Poly Pomona. So we're looking for area that is not involving Cal Poly Pomona itself.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, I didn't realize. Okay, it was at 00. Okay, then I take my suggestion back then. Sorry.
Okay, back to you, Jamie, as to where you would recommend balancing this.
Yeah, so then I would recommend maybe looking in southern portion, looking kind of along highways. This certainly is something that I could do offline, since we know that everything in the whole Southern California area right now is balanced to plus or minus one person. Then, there's not going to cause a deviation issue as long as changes are made contained within LA County, Riverside, San Bernardino, Imperial, San Diego counties.
Right.
Orange County. So if the commission is comfortable with it, this is something that I'm happy to do offline as well.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
My comment was just earlier regarding Pomona. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't cutting into any of the housing also. I don't think it's purely commuter school, but that was my.
No, and my understanding from the public comment is that the housing is precisely in that unincorporated area that we just brought in.
And this highlighted area, which is not part of the university itself, is zero population. Okay. So all of the population that was moved out of the Pomona-based district was all in these census blocks that are assigned to California State Polytechnic University, Pomona.
Okay, and if that's zero population area, I would just leave it as it is. I saw Commissioner Vasquez's hand.
Yes, I was just going to recommend exactly what you said, Jamie, that I would use the highways along the border of these two districts and follow those when balancing population.
Okay. No objections to Jamie working on this and coming back with a proposal. Okay, the final area, I think, right now would be to go to Ty-Town and make sure that we're taking in Ty-Town Koi on both sides of, I believe it's Sunset Boulevard.
So I'll display the KOI layer that I have for Thailand. This is Western, this is Hollywood, Vermont, and Santa Monica.
Okay, if you can hold on for a second.
Chair, I think the thought was to go one block north of Hollywood to Franklin.
Yep. So we do need to cross Hollywood Boulevard. So I guess they had a problem with drawing the COI correctly in the tool, but the request is that we go north of Hollywood Boulevard. That should be adequate. Any further comment? Okay. That's 8,521 people. That's pretty densely populated there. Jamie, is that going to cause you a problem? Do you have an idea of best options for rebalancing after that?
I think that moving this population, well, I think that it'll bring back, previously the commission had identified potentially wanting to have Eagle Rock in the NELA district, and I had kind of worked to move this line north to include as much of Eagle Rock as possible, given the extremely tight population constraints. So could maybe walk this back, or just looking for places to minimize the total ripple effect if the commission is happy with the overall structure of how things are looking.
Yes, I believe at this point we're satisfied with the structure. Is that a small portion of Highland Park that would also need to be brought back into the NELA district?
I will turn off the district boundaries so you could just see the neighborhood council boundaries. It's a little fuzzy and confusing in here.
That
so
pink
this
area.
Is Highland Park.
Okay, what's the pink area where the loss of Los Angeles is?
The loss of
right
this?
There, yes.
Yeah, this is Occidental College.
Okay. Okay, very good. Commissioner Okutagawa and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, Chair, and also Jamie, and by the way, I will also add my kudos to you. I think everybody has spoken it, but we're all very, very appreciative of all the work that you've done and how well you do it. I just saw a commission or a COI or public comment that was submitted. It's 11323, and in it there is a PDF of a shape file. And I'm pointing out this particular one because I feel like we're down to literally little blocks. And I noticed that on this shape file, they do take the line up to Franklin, but it looks like there's portions where they dip in a little bit. So just to minimize having to find other places, I wanted to point out that, and that maybe it might help to, if you do this offline, to look at that PDF of that shape file to see where you could, it doesn't take it all the way across on Franklin. So there may be places where you could, because it's so densely populated, it may make a difference, but not that much more of a difference, but it may make a difference where you have to cut, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Okutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm, apologies, we're zoomed in, so I'm trying to wrap my head around where these changes are happening. So it's happening in East Hollywood and Glendale to Burbank? I think I'm getting a little lost in where the changes are happening.
Yeah, so if you can zoom out a bit, Jamie.
In general, as a general comment, I was going to say the Glendale to Burbank has a portion of the city of Pasadena as population shifts, this might not exactly make sense because it's a different district. Yeah, in general, I was just going to say it would make sense to put more of Pasadena into that district potentially. But as I'm looking at it now that we're zoomed out, that wouldn't really happen. But anyway, I'll put that on the table.
Okay, so initial recommendation, and I would agree, is to try to balance that 8,521 by expanding the area of Eagle Rock that is in the NELA district. Commissioner Kutagawa. Nope. Okay. Commissioner Vasquez.
Similarly, since we weren't able to get all or any of Glassell Park into NELA this time around, I'm wondering if am I moving in the right direction? Sorry, I came into this conversation a little late. So adding some of Glassell Park into the NELA district?
I believe so. Jamie, no?
This change would be making the NELA district overpopulated by 8,500 people, and we need to move 8,500 people out.
Got it. I see.
So in fact, we would be reducing the area of Eagle Rock that is in NELA. Okay.
Right.
That's
okay.
correct. Yeah.
Now, is that a corner of Glassell Park that is currently in NELA? No. Okay. That's just a strange squiggle. Or it is. That is a piece of Glassell Park that is in NELA.
Yeah, a little blip.
Okay.
Of Glassell Park.
So Commissioner Vasquez, we should keep that little blip of Glassell Park in NELA?
No comment.
Okay. Well, for now, we'll say leave it. Any objections to committing this change and instructing Ms. Clark to balance in Eagle Rock? Commissioner Toledo.
I'm just wondering what the impact would be to the CVAP, given that we're dealing with VRA areas, and
Okay.
so.
Jamie, can we see the impact on the CVAP?
So the CVAP in NELA would be 55.67%. With this change, it's currently at 56.31%.
So with that, I would want to just stay where we are, given that it's going down.
Okay, what can we, I don't know, do we need to snapshot this? Because if we're going to balance in Eagle Rock, that could also affect this. Or maybe, do we want, yes, perfect.
So we would be, right now, the discussion is around removing areas that are also relatively less percent Latino CVAP than other areas that are currently in the NELA district.
So we would be adding an area that is less Latino.
We would be adding an area that is less Latino than 56.31%, and then we'd be removing areas that are also less than 56% Latino CVAP.
Okay. So
and I can't say for sure exactly what it would be.
So the net might work out somewhere in there. Okay, Commissioner Vasquez,
Chair?
if you can hold for a second, I've got Commissioner Akutagawa and Commissioner Yee first.
Just for clarification, was the seat in NELA a VRA district? I don't recall it being, but I might have missed it.
It's a majority-minority district. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, the trade-offs here are fairly steep, or if we can mitigate them, I think this is a medium priority kind of COI, not a high priority kind of COI. So But if the Tightown folks, if it's possible, if you want less than this whole stretch of Hollywood, maybe there's a critical block or two that you really, really want. We'd love to hear from you in public testimony. Maybe we can make this a smaller switch.
Right, we could go up not as far as Franklin. I think there may have been one or two other cross streets between Hollywood and Franklin that we could reduce that at.
So there's just a couple here. Otherwise, the census blocks go all the way up to Franklin.
Okay.
I can just demonstrate that right now. But then otherwise, they all
Right, okay.
go all the way up.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Vasquez.
I may have a solution. So if, Jamie, if you could turn the Latino CVAP back on again and head back over to Gliselle Park. So full disclosure, I am I'm going to propose that we move, I think this is, yep, it is, my neighborhood of Mount Washington, which you can see it starts at like Jessica Drive. It's on the east side. Yep, it's a hill. I would argue that the residents here are pretty high income and very few Latino. I'm probably the reason why this looks a little peach on the on the side. I would say you could move that out of CD Mila and put that with Gliselle Park.
Okay. Could we explore that, Jamie?
Yeah, so to do that, I'm just going to commit the change that we have now and then look at that swap. And we can always revert back. So
Thank you.
Just one moment, please.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I am going to say that I guess maybe the question I have is even at the 55%, is this a district that would perform and enable Latinos to elect a candidate of their choice? Because we're talking about a small portion of Tightown, which is, it is not a wealthy community. It is also again, looking at amongst Asian Americans, the population that lives in the Tightown area is fairly low income. Actually, not fairly, they are low income. They're in need of a lot of services. And so to separate them, I think would do a disservice. And it is still, we're looking at, a 55% plus majority minority district that hopefully will enable then, even at that number, will enable the Latino community to elect a candidate of their choice.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. We're already back up to 56% at this point. We still have some balancing to go, but in general, I would say that between this area and finishing off up in Eagle Rock, I would recommend that we ask Ms. Clark to finish this up offline and come back to us with a proposal to review. Commissioner Kutagawa? Okay, so yes, we would say go with this area and then, as I said, finish balancing up in Eagle Rock and then come back and let us know what that looks like. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, if I could just ask Jamie if I would follow sort of the purple lines of the neighborhood council in this area. It's a pretty obvious hill when you're here in the geography, and I think those purple lines do compose the hill pretty well. And so I would try to keep that together and not go into what's currently historic Highland Park, like you've got there over in San Marcos Place and Eldred.
Okay, thank you. When I'm balancing and cleaning that up, then I will move that or adjust that line a little bit and follow the neighborhood council boundaries. Thank you.
Yeah, in those two locations. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Any further discussion on any of these? Okay, then we will go to Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo to go through with us their exploration from down in Long Beach.
Okay, just 1 second while I save this, and then I'll switch over to that map. 1 moment, please.
Perfect. Thank you. And at this point, we're looking at our next break in half an hour. So hopefully we can get through this in that half hour. Let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready when commissioners are ready.
I'm ready.
Commissioner Toledo looks ready.
So let's, just wanted to take a deep breath before we looked at this. Okay, so per direction from the commission, we have been exploring, and this is an exploration, not necessarily a proposal, but an exploration of what we've done and what we're looking at. And we wanted to bring it back to the commission and the public before we did any more additional work in case we're going in the wrong direction. So the goals were to try to increase Latino CVAP across the Latino districts, to maintain all of the Latino districts, to keep the ports separate, the two, San Pedro and Long Beach, to also unite some of the LGBT COIs, the Signal Hill with Long Beach and potentially Seal Beach. And we ran across a couple of challenges in doing so, but we also were able to address some of the other priorities for the commission, including the commission had said in the assembly maps and even when we were in Long Beach that keeping the Orange County coast together was a priority. And certainly there's, this map aims to, is able to achieve some of that, but it also creates some challenges elsewhere, including in the Irvine area and with some of the other COIs that we've been trying to deal with. So before we moved on, we wanted to bring it to the commission so we can discuss some of the challenges. I think Commissioner Sadwani will be discussing some of the challenges with moving in this direction. We were able to and maintain the Latino CVAPs or increase them in some areas, and while also achieving the LGBT COIs and uniting. We've heard a lot, and actually we've heard pretty conflicting testimony from Orange County as to whether to keep the coast together or to maintain what we have, which is a little bit different. And so we wanted to bring it here to get feedback from the commission as to whether we should continue to work on this or whether this is something that we no longer want to explore. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sadwani to give additional input on or information about the opportunities and the challenges. And we did look at the maps from MALDEF, the maps from Equality California, and the maps from Environmental Voters, I believe it's called. So various community maps in trying to work through this area. And it's such a complex area, and every single change had impacts. And so we've been trying to minimize the impacts, keep it as regionally focused as possible. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo. And thank you to Jamie for helping us attempt to work through some of these considerations. as we've continued to talk about Los Angeles and Orange County, we've certainly raised that there was some interest to see about increasing some of the Latino CVAP, as Commissioner Toledo mentioned, and also that we have never had the opportunity to visualize Long Beach and as a part of a coastal district, which is, we've actually had quite a lot of testimony from. This is definitely a visualization that shares the pain, that really adopts the perspective of share the pain, because in it we are able to link a portion of Long Beach along the OC coast. You will note that we were able to, at minimum, keep Signal Hill, which was identified as a part of the LGBT COI, I believe, as a part of that. But the north and portion of Long Beach is cut, and certainly further south than that Del Amo Boulevard that the city had been asking for. In this piece, and we also looked with Jamie at other options about combining the ports and not combining the ports. In this one, we were able to keep them separate. But in doing so, it did increase some of the Latino CVAP up above, but they still need a population. And so, we could certainly think about or look at different iterations. In this instance, we're combining some of those gateway city areas down into Orange County. The positive, I think, is we continue to hear very conflicting testimony from Huntington Beach about whether or not they want to be coastal, whether or not they want to be whole, whether or not they want to be cut, whether or not they go to Little Saigon. This would keep them more coastal, but not entirely. I believe a small portion here is cut. The other things that I think this does help to achieve, and we've been hearing fairly loudly about Irvine wanting to be more inland than coastal, so I think we attempt to put that back in here. We, of course, are always working around that VRA district based in Santa Ana. That's really the anchor point for us here in Orange County. But the impact in bringing Irvine more inland is that the Asian American Kois, in the northern parts, the AAPI and AMEMSA Kois and Cerritos, the Korean Americans in Buena Park and Fullerton are now paired further down the state. In addition, you'll notice that while we were able to keep Irvine and most of Costa Mesa together with Tustin, Costa Mesa is also split. So this is truly a share the pain kind of plan. We'll note, though, that we were able to work in a localized way, right? So this is a plan that is able to drop into what we have existing in San Diego and in the Inland Empire and what we've worked on already. I wanted to note, as Commissioner Toledo mentioned, there are several other folks that have visualized the coast more in this direction, some more or some less, right? So here we're portion of Long Beach down to Laguna Beach. I believe if we switch over to the MALDEF maps, which we did take a look at, as everyone knows, we received input from MALDEF yesterday for ideas throughout the state, including, we've talked about earlier today, San Benito, the Central Valley. They also had some visualizations for down in Orange County because there was a lot of concern about that Santa Ana district. This is the MALDEF map, I believe. So similarly, they're pulling portions of Long Beach. I think they don't have Signal Hill here, all the way down to San Clemente. So pulling in that full coastal district that the coastal folks have been asking for. Here in their visualization, you certainly get more of the Asian American Koi kept together, and some swaps here in Los Angeles, right? So what we now currently have picking up the Long Beach area would stop more towards Lakewood, and we can look at that. There's some other changes that happen further up in Los Angeles, such as pulling in Eagle Rock. The big difference, however, between this map and where we are working from is that if we were to adopt a structure that's more like this, it would necessarily require us to rework the areas in San Diego and the Inland Empire. You can see here they visualize a district that goes from Camp Pendleton out to the Coachella Valley. I'm not suggesting that we take that on, but if we wanted to adapt their kind of approach or architecture to Orange County, where I think we keep getting a lot of response, we keep getting a lot of testimony, and I think this is just a temperature check of the commission of where we want to land here. If we wanted to move in this direction, I think it would probably require additional work in the Inland Empire and returning to San Diego potentially. But I wanted to lift that up so that at least we have a chance to take a look at it and discuss it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. We've got about 20 minutes for discussion of this before our next break. Commissioner Sinai.
I was trying to quickly write down that we said that the Latino CVAPs have gone up. And if I'm correct, it doesn't seem like they've gone up by a whole bunch. So it feels like it's a lot of work for a little bit of change. And on top of that, Little Saigon is split. A lot of what we worked hard to put together in Orange County seems to be split. But I just wanted to confirm that my quick assessment was correct.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Sinai? Thank you. Commissioner Kutgawa.
Yeah, I do have similar concerns where we're not seeing that much of a difference. I'm also very concerned that I know we've gotten conflicting testimony about Little Saigon, but I want to just remind all of us that at the beginning of the summer when we were getting community testimony from Little Saigon, it did state that Westminster, Garden Grove, Midway City, Fountain Valley were the core, including, depending on who was also talking, that very, very western portion of Santa Ana, but is in the Santa Ana district. But regardless of that, the core is Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and it is completely split. And it also then puts in, it looks like, if I'm correct, a portion of, I guess, Westminster and Garden Grove in with up to the gateway cities, which is it's an, I'll say, an interesting grouping. I will say that I think you were showing the MALDEF map. I will say that I had looked at that too, and I was hoping that perhaps we could go to maybe a structure that may be more similar to that. I also, I think that pairing, I know that we've gotten testimony that pairing, Inland OC and Riverside County is not the greatest thing, but what I like about what they did is it's not just that southern portion, but it does go up into that northern portion that does make it seem like it's much more accessible. And I guess for me, I think that that's also another thing that I like. I also want to just say that I think it does group key Asian American COIs, in particular, in that one, I guess it's Fountain Valley to Brea, Placentia District too. So, and it keeps Irvine whole. And then also, as importantly, and I think we've heard quite a lot of testimony, it does create a coastal district, which, we've heard a lot of testimony, and especially around, the reason about having someone who can advocate for the kind of coastal issues, especially as I've mentioned before, the effects of the oil spill, and unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the last of that. So I think just having somebody who's able to be focused on that as it goes throughout the coast. And I also understand it impacts San Diego and it impacts Long Beach as well too. But I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutgawa. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, sure. Appreciate Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo for working on this. And Orange County is the big challenge, one of the big challenges one of the biggest challenges we have. It's not because we care about people more there than anywhere else in the state, but just because of the concentration of population and the complexity of the different communities there side by side. I'm seeing and appreciating some of the goals that were achieved here. At the same time, when I think back to all the COI testimony we've gotten since the beginning of summer, two sets really do stand out in my mind. One is Long Beach, keep us together, and Little Saigon, keep us together. And both of those are more split here than in previous plans. So it's hard for me to go here, even with the other achievements, the good achievements that this plan has. At the same time, I know that there's going to be heavy trade-offs no matter what we do here.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Sinai?
Just because we went to the Malda, I have real hard reservations on the Malda map. Part of it is we keep talking about coastal Orange County, but the water doesn't stop in Orange County. It does go all the way down. And when there was an oil spill in Orange County, it went to Los Angeles because I just stepped on some tar on my walk in Los Angeles, and it went to San Diego. And Camp Pendleton is coast, Oceanside is coast, and all the way down. The Malda, connecting the coast of San Diego and Camp Pendleton with Coachella Valley is very, to me, it's very difficult. Camp Pendleton and military families really are part of the San Diego culture, and the veterans and the nonprofit communities do take care of the military families. I know we think of a lot of other communities as being vulnerable, but I would say military families are really vulnerable, and there's a lot more on food stamps and things like that. That I know we don't call them food stamps anymore, but that are then we like to be aware of sometimes. So this one to me, it breaks up a lot of what we had already what we had in San Diego wasn't perfect, but this actually makes it more imperfect in my mind, and especially because Camp Pendleton is all the way. Oceanside, all that is connected to Coachella Valley.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kitagawa, is your hand still up or is it up again? Okay, thank you very much. Any other colleagues? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I like the coastal in Orange County. I don't mind the splitting of the Long Beach. I realize that there's been this Long Beach effort from the beginning, but again, we have so many COIs, and they did provide us information on where the split should be. And I don't like, with Commissioner Sinai, I do not like the, excuse me, the San Diego coast being tied in with the Coachella Valley. But I do like the coast in Coast District in Orange County. So I'm a mixed person right now.
Very good, thank you. I'll take the opportunity to say that I can see some useful resolutions of issues in both the MALDEF map and the proposal or the exploration that Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo have brought. I think in balance, I would come down on the side of our current maps, but not excluding the possibility of some further work on them. And I certainly understand that a lot of work went into this exploration overnight, and I certainly appreciate it. I think for me, one of the key things is the ports. I understand the importance of the ports, both to the national economy and to California's own economy. I think having 2 representatives in Washington for the 2 ports is beneficial for California. I think it's beneficial for their local communities. I think it probably is a huge issue. I'm wondering also if the Cambodia Town community of interest was able to be fully maintained, and I would guess that the exploration ended up splitting the 2 campuses of the community college district. Commissioner Sadwani.
I'm not certain. We could take a closer look. I have a feeling Long Beach is split in our maps as well.
Right.
So the cuts are different in each of the maps, so we would have to take a closer look.
Yeah, my understanding is there's a campus to the east and a campus to the west, and I'm
Yeah, and and I'll just say, I mean, it pains me to break up Long Beach. Long Beach is the one place where we have heard from the beginning and most loudest, right, from a broad array of folks who represent Black interests, Asian interests, Latino interests, civic interests, business interests, school boards, city councils, right? Like everybody. And thus far, we have not kept Long Beach together in either assembly or congressional maps. So this definitely brings me no joy. And that's why, in presenting it, I said this is a truly share the pain because I think what continues to happen is we're choosing other COIs over Long Beach, right? I mean, we have other goals in Los Angeles that have been identified, and if we're going to meet some of those other ones, then Long Beach ends up getting split. So, and same, I mean, it's right up against also Little Saigon, and so here this is, we're seeing the impacts of different ways of thinking about either sharing the pain or choosing one COI over another.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Commissioner Fornaciari, then Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Toledo, and by then we may be at 4:30. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, so we're looking at the MALDEF map right now, right? Is that right?
Yes, so the in blue lines is the MALDEF map. And when I have the black lines up, it's the exploration.
Okay, yeah. Can I see the exploration then? I mean, I do like this beach district, but I don't like what they've done with Camp Pendleton and that. So, I think this is definitely a share the pain thing, right? We're breaking up a bunch of COIs. We're also putting together 2 majority districts. That is important too. We've got a long way towards a beach district here. Definitely broke up that Cambodian COI too. Tough decisions. But I definitely don't like the MALDEF, what MALDEF did to Camp Pendleton.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Sinai.
You had mentioned the community colleges, and I just wanted to share that when we were doing our outreach, we met with several community college executive leaders throughout the state of California, and one of them said that he absolutely loved having 2 congressional members because it was double the attention. So some people want to be in the same congressional district, and some actually like to use the system when there's 2.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sorry about that. I do have to say, I guess for me, I do like the idea of, I will agree. I think I was a little neutral. I could have gone either way, but I think in hearing some of the rationale for two, I agree. I think I've come over more towards the importance of having two separate congressional representatives for the two ports. And yeah, as I thought about, just being able to bring in the resources for California, I think that that's going to be important. With that said, I mean, I guess if I had to, I'd like to see the, I'm going to call it, I don't want to call it the Little Saigon Khoi, because it's not just them that's there, the Vietnamese community. I want to just note that there's Vietnamese, there's Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians there. There are Korean Americans in if I'm looking at what is the Savannah Anna, I think is what it was called before. There's a number of various Asian ethnic Khois, as well as Pacific Islander Khois, as well as various other Khois that represent multiple economic levels. I would like to see them stay together. I think that that would be, I think, important in this particular case. I think I agree with what's been said. The Camp Pendleton to Coachella Valley district is a little hard. It's again an interesting grouping that I don't know if it makes if it's going to be really putting the best interests of two very different areas. So I think while there are aspects of even what MALDEF has presented, I think there are some things that I think we've also done that perhaps we could go back and look at too. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to list my preference, I actually prefer the one we had yesterday. Was it yesterday? Where it had the port separate and Long Beach, I believe, was mainly kept together, and it went north. I'm really bad with my directions. I'm directly challenged, Chair. But it was yesterday's. I think it's what we started with, or pretty close to what we started with.
Right.
Yes. I think that's the one that I would prefer at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the current version loaded onto the map, but
yeah, I like split Long Beach.
Yeah,
if you can see my cursor right here. Yeah. It just kind of split all the way up. Yeah, it's not any of those, but that's
very good. Commissioner Toledo, and then I think we'll be at our break point.
Yeah, so we did this exploration, and we didn't want to go too much further because we wanted to make sure we're going in the direction that the commission was hoping or was wanting to go in. And so certainly there were swaps that we could potentially make, especially trying to do a little bit more to keep some of the Asian American Khois and other Khois together. We didn't get that far just because we wanted to make sure that the architectural changes were within the parameters that the commission wanted to go in. So we came in with an exploration, not a proposal. This is not a proposal. I think should the commission want us to continue the exploration and refine this a little bit more, we can come back with a proposal. And I know Jamie has her hand up, but that's something, that was the question that we wanted to pose to the commission. Certainly some of those potential swaps could involve Rossmore and Los Alamitos and some of the Garden Grove and Westminster area, but we just didn't have enough time to do that yesterday and this morning.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. I appreciate the work done. I know that I've not been entirely thrilled with the groupings in the northern part of the area, and I had been trying to come up with a way, instead of grouping from northwest to southeast, finding a way to group from southwest to northeast, because I think it's more natural as far as the communities in the northern end of LB North and the San Pedro district, and the western part of the 60 district. It really is a hard nut to crack. So Jamie, do you have anything else at this point? It is time for our break.
I think if it is time for our break, I don't have anything that is bite-sized.
Okay,
No.
so then we will come back to this after break. My expectation is that Chair Anderson will be back with us, but if not, I will be here to continue this discussion 15 minutes from now. Thank you, everyone. welcome back to today's meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo have presented an exploration that the commission was in the process of discussing. Wondering if commissioners have any further thoughts after their break. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, sure. I think this is the MALDEF map that we have up. Is that correct, Jamie?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just noticing here, I mean, I think that their approach was just slightly different from ours in some areas. So I just want to look at some of those differences. So for example, in the Little Saigon area where we had cut Costa Mesa, they've kept Costa Mesa whole, and in exchange then they're able to keep Fountain Valley and more of Westminster together in comparison to what we're doing. And in doing so, and then more of Lakewood and Hawaiian Gardens and that piece of Signal Hill, and so that's something to certainly talk about, was enough in the MALDEF map to populate the Los Angeles district and maintain the LCVAP, I believe. I don't know what the LCVAP is in the MALDEF map of that district. But those two small swaps alone, I think, would allow, I know Commissioner Kutagawa was asking about maintaining more of Little Saigon with some of those Asian American koi. So I do think that small swap would allow a portion of that to happen. Though, of course, it might have additional impact on the other side of the map that we would have to contend with. But I'm just pointing out some of those minor changes that are or minor distinctions, if you will, between the exploration that we did just over the last night and the map that MALDEF has presented, if this were a direction. And again, I think the key difference in the two maps is that MALDEF, of course, on the eastern portion of Orange County goes into Riverside. That alone would require us to completely change our approach further down the map. However, in the iteration that Commissioner Toledo and I worked on with Jamie, it contains the change to Orange County. So those are some key differences. Yeah, thanks. And I think, I know that we had also received, in addition to MALDEF, I believe we've received maps for this area from Equality California as well. I don't know, Jamie, do we happen to have, I know you had mentioned there was some challenges opening the shape files that from their submission, but I don't know if we have a snapshot at least to take a look at.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we could open the shape files, but just not, it had inside it the Equality California index, and just not sure how to use that. What's that? You said it just had a track. Yeah, it was just this. It was just a statewide census block group, I think, layer or census tract layer. But so I'm not sure. Can you see what you can see on the screen right now? Is it just the map, or can you see? Can you see the screenshot that's up?
We can see the screenshot that's up now.
Okay, so this is the Equality California map of Orange County. It seems like this is pretty similar actually to MALDEF's map. It does kind of contain things within Orange County here. This seems to be the boundary with Riverside, and it does have a coastal district. This going all the way to the Long Beach port. And this is, you know, I can see as much as you can on this screenshot, so don't know all the details. And the southern boundaries of this are definitely different than sort of the southern boundaries of the Commission's Orange County-based districts. And this seems to go all the way up to Lakewood. Just based on this shape, it looks like the city of Lakewood.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
I believe there's I think there's a later version of the Equality California maps that we were receiving. So perhaps we can take a look at those later once they're with the line drawers. So maybe I'll see if we can get them to the line drawers.
Okay, commissioners, any further thoughts on this? You know, I'm not feeling that we have enough support to accept something, but I think there are some ideas, various ideas that have some support for further exploration. Commissioner Sinai?
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, there are some ideas, but I would like to put some boundaries on how much time we use, how much of the line drawers time we use on further explorations, because we can go on and on and on. And we know, you know, the amount of work that was done now is amazing in you know, creativity and all that. But the final result is, for our outcomes, was kind of low. And so I just, if we, just like we give ourselves limits when we're in public session, maybe we can do the same thing for the line drawers when we're exploring offline.
Okay, do you have recommendations on that?
The only times I've explored offline I've been like a whole 10 minutes because I feel like I'm not a good person to ask because I kind of rush myself because I feel bad. So I think those who have gone deeper would have a better understanding of when it's too much is too much, or Jamie may be able to tell us.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Fornaciari?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where we are and a path to convergence. So I'm just going to share where I think we are. You know, it doesn't seem like we've made any solid final decisions, but it seemed to me, these are my observations, right? If we start in the north, it seemed like in general the north seemed okay, although we want to explore this Modesto move, and that is going to have could have some definite impacts on the northern map. In the Bay Area, I think in general, we seemed pretty good. I got a sense that everybody felt pretty good about the Bay Area. We still have this question of Antioch. We have a couple explorations out there that, you know, I think can resolve that. And we can put that question to bed and probably wrap the Bay Area up in a bow. We moved down to the Central Coast. I think we're all comfortable there at this point. You know, at least certainly with the architecture, we have minor explorations going on there to clean it up a little bit. And there's cleanup all over the place, but big picture architecturally wise, go to the Central Valley. I think we're all pretty happy with our VRA districts in the Central Valley. Then as we come down into LA, the northern LA area, we just gave a bunch of direction on that, but I didn't hear any major changes there. San Gabriel Valley, seemed like we got our VRA districts straightened out. I'm not sure where we are with our other districts there. OC Long Beach, that is something we've got to continue to work and come to a conclusion on. In Imperial County, I think, you know, it's a district. San Diego, we're where we are, and I don't see a lot of change there. I don't know about the rest of Riverside. I mean, we've looked at our VRA districts out in IE, and then we've got to circle back up north into finalize, Antelope Valley, kind of Victor Valley area. That's kind of where I feel like we're at. So it seems to me we have a few minor decisions and a couple major decisions to look at. And I guess I would offer at this point, let's work on them, the major decisions. Let's just work on them and get them resolved. So that we can, because, what else are we going to do right now at this point? So that's just what I'm thinking. I think we could probably resolve this Antioch thing pretty quickly, but we are in Southern California. We're looking at Orange County. Let's come to a place where we can come out the other end with somewhere where I was going to say happy with, but as happy as we can be.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Commissioner Fornaciari. I think that was a really helpful overview. And when you put it that way, I think that we're in a better place than we actually sometimes think. That we've combed through the state in reviewing the congressional districts, and we do have some major decision points. So for this one in this area, I think, to me, what would be helpful to hear from the commission is, are we comfortable sticking with what we have and calling it a day? Or is there a desire to see continued exploration of trying to reorient? It sounds like in particular the Garden Grove, Westminster areas, pulling that quite closer together. And I'm thinking while maintaining the change in that region, right? And not expanding out to disrupt the other districts that we've already built in the other areas to the greatest extent possible. Is that correct? And so, I think for me, I'm happy to take direction from the group. I don't have a very strong preference one way or another, and it would be helpful to hear what the commission would want.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm happy to work on this some more if that's the will of the commission, with the direction and the parameters set by the commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not for exploring. I think we've explored so much here, and it's almost like, well, we know we don't like something. We don't necessarily know. We know what we would like to see, but it unfortunately can't happen because of the populations. And I already stated what my preference was the maps where we started with, I think it was yesterday, where we kept Long Beach Hole and the port was separate from some other. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Okutagawa, and then Commissioner Fornaciari and Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Okutagawa.
Thank you. I hear what Commissioner Fernandez is saying. I guess I'd like to take one more look at it. I know that Commissioner Sadwani also said to try to localize it and not go beyond, but I know that there are some constraints around San Diego, and I got the sense that Commissioner Sinai also perhaps would like to, she's accepted it, but I mean, if there's a way that in opening that up, could we make something that would be more workable for everybody? I don't know, but I'd also like to volunteer myself for this one as well too, for Orange County in particular. I think I'd like to be able to, I'd like to be able to be a part of this conversation if I could, and I'm happy to help and work on this one with anybody too. And if it's, either alone or with another commissioner, I'm happy to do that too.
Thank you, Commissioner Okutagawa. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Two things. First of all, I'm with Commissioner Fernandez. I kind of liked where we were yesterday as a starting point. But I really firmly believe we need to work on it now, live, and get it resolved, because, you know, it's bring me a rock, bring me a rock, bring me a rock, you know, kind of thing, and we have to come to a consensus. And bringing me a rock is not consensus, right? We got to work through it and all work through the pain and get to a place that we can all agree to.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I am also with Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Fornashari. However, I prefer these maps as a starting point. I know I've said in the past, particularly about the ports issue, that I was fairly, I am still open to having them in the same district. However, I do think this map is a great first pass at sharing the pain, as Commissioner Sidwani said, and I think there are definitely some swaps that could be made sort of on the margins, but in terms of sharing the pain and sharing the gain, I mean, I think this attempt goes further than yesterday's. And so I would like to see us start here if there is maybe not consensus, but if maybe the majority in this case wants to go that way or another way, I'm not sure that we'll be able to meet consensus for this.
Here being the exploration from Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo.
Right. I mean, I'm open if the majority of the commission wants to use yesterday's maps to do some exploration, but I do think we need to wrap up exploring and actually make the tough decision realistically today.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Sinai.
I know that we were showed the map from yesterday, but at this point, there's nowhere really to find it and to really study it. And that's kind of what's tough about all the different versions that are out there. And so I feel your frustration to the public and to us. I think there's some good things here. I think we know what our main priorities might be, but as I said earlier, I wouldn't want to spend a lot more time exploring at the expense of making the tough decisions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Fornashari. I mean, we've kicked the can down the street. We've run out of street, or very close to it. So just not sure any more exploring is going to turn up anything that we haven't seen already. If I had to vote right now, I think I would vote for last night's plan over this one, just because they both have pain to share, but I think there's less net overall pain in last night's plan than this one today. But other people have different priorities, and we'll calculate that pain differently.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Okutagawa.
Yeah, I guess I think for me, if I have to make a choice, I would prefer last night's plan over the current visualization or exploration that is presented right now. It could be, yeah, I think it keeps more like communities together. That, yes, I would prefer this one if that is what we need to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Okutagawa. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I'm fine with either the maps that we did yesterday or the maps that, or for going on further exploration. I think it meets the requirements that we set forth. Of course, we were aiming to do, to try to respond to some of the community of interest testimony that's come through. So at this point, I'm fine with either.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. My sense is that we are not going to request any further exploration. We're not going to dictate to commissioners that they can't do further exploration on their own if they want to, but we're not going to instruct or request any further exploration. We're going to, at this point, move forward on the basis of last night's maps. And so, Jamie, I would like to thank you unless anybody has anything else they'd like to see in Los Angeles now, and we can return to Contra Costa County and that and see if we can put this to bed.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Yee? Go ahead, Jamie.
I was just going to say thank you, and we just need a couple moments here to switch mappers.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa? Very good. Okay. We will stand by for 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes while mappers switch over. While we are switching over to another mapper, I just wanted to remind everyone we will be taking our next break at 5:45. This is a short block so that we can come back at 6 o'clock and begin taking public input promptly at 6. The lines will close at 6 and we will be taking public comment immediately thereafter.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry.
Hi, Tamina, welcome back.
Thank you. I am just hooking back up because I was working on another map. I'll be right with, have a new map with you shortly.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamina. Please proceed. Oh, you want to know where to proceed? We want to look at North Contra Costa. We want to look at the Antioch issue. and you're on mute. Great.
Okay. So the only Antioch issue that I've been exploring that I can show you is the one that Commissioner Toledo worked on, and that was taking part of Antioch in exchange for part of Pleasant Hill, for making Pleasant Hill whole and part of Martinez. So if Commissioner Toledo is ready for that one, I'm happy to bring up that visualization.
Thank you, Tamina, and thank you for taking the time to work with me on this. Our goal was to bring more of the essential worker community into this district and in Antioch, and to unite some of the more affluent areas into the Contra Costa district. So creating a more of a working essential worker district, which has a lot of, so what we did was we went through the neighborhoods in Martinez looking for lower income place, communities, neighborhoods with multi-housing dwellings, and as well as in the communities of Antioch. So looking at where there's a lot of apartments, where there's low income housing, and trying to pull those into this district, and then pulling out areas that were a little bit more affluent. And so we did make a couple of recommendations to that district, and the district does now, I think, reflect more of a working class, more of an essential workforce district across the whole area. What we didn't do is we didn't touch Fairfield. So we did, and Solano County remains the way it was previously. We mostly focused in the Antioch area, so bringing as much of the working communities of Antioch into this district, and I think we achieved that. We did also take out a small community. I think it was Kensington, correct me if I'm wrong, I forget the name of it. Kensington, Tamina?
Yes, you're right, Kensington.
That's what I thought it was. I couldn't remember the pronunciation. But Kensington, which is, we took that out as well in order to bring in more population from Antioch. And I think we achieved the goal of bringing up in as much of Antioch as we could without bringing in what was referred to yesterday as the pool communities. And so the more affluent portions of Antioch. So here's our map. Which has, you can see the portion of Antioch that we were able to bring in, as well as the portions of Martinez that where we put the cut in Martinez. So it does mean that 2 communities are cut. We're open to questions.
Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Akutagawa, you're on mute. Okay. I am wondering, was there any thought given, do we want to consider a cut in Concord as well? Are there logical places to cut in Concord? And second, as far as Antioch, I guess my understanding, and this is from input many months ago, so it's a little dim in my memory, but I was thinking we were looking more along Highway 4 and not in the hills for areas to keep. So if you can just bring us up to date on that. Thank you.
So we're looking at households with high, and Antioch has a lot of low-income communities, a lot of communities, neighborhoods with multi-housing units, and so we were focused on those areas. Certainly there are areas across all of Antioch, and so we focused on those areas with the highest concentrations of populations, and that was the portion that, and of course the portions that would be most contiguous to to the district that we currently have to meet the contiguity requirements. We did, and I think, Tamina, I think you have a snapshot of the portion that captures even more of the lower income populations, but it didn't look as nice. And so when we cleaned it up, we took out some of those portions in order to clean it up. But if you have that snapshot of the communities and the neighborhoods, all of the neighborhoods that we went through, and this captures a little bit more of the essential workforce, but it had an odd shape. And we didn't think a couple of our commissioners would go for it. And the other, to answer your question about Concord, we did think about potentially making a cut in Concord to try to increase the, especially around monument area of Concord, which is a high density of the essential workforce. We didn't get to making that cut, but we also didn't think it would help too much based on, we'd have to make population swaps. So we didn't think we didn't prioritize that, but we certainly could.
And I'm assuming we had to find, or we were shifting some population. So the swap was only Martinez and Antioch. It didn't involve other areas in the county?
And Kensington. So
And
we can
Kensington.
also show the
Okay.
Kensington cut as well.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Yee.
Kensington is actually together here. We did not move Kensington in this particular visualization.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo and Tamina, for working on this. Just as a preview, you may recall we were going to work on a possible option 5, which I won't present now, but after we are done with this, just to let you know, there's no way forward with it. We don't think so. We're not going to even show it to you. I'll just talk you through the dead end we hit pretty clearly and quickly. But for this one, I like the skill in making careful divides of cities. Of course, we don't like splitting cities, but if you're going to split them, to do so skillfully. I am wondering if council has a comment about the split along in Martinez and the fairly narrow passage that goes through there.
Given the straits there, that's I think it's understandable. It's really about populations, not just about geography. I mean, there might be a way optically to make it look better. Maybe taking in, I don't know if there's a way with the census blocks as they are to take in more of that lake area around where it says Solano. But I think it's understandable given the communities of interest along those areas that you haven't really bypassed populations, which is the legal standard for compactness. So I think it's likely justifiable.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becker. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I'm sort of follow along with Commissioner Kennedy's comment. I sort of expected the cut to be sort of north of 4, but I believe you guys did the work. I appreciate it. And I want to thank you for doing this. How many people were we able to move?
Tamina has the exact number, but I would say I expected that the move to be in the same direction that Commissioner Kennedy and Fornashari had said, but when we started delving into the neighborhoods, these are the neighborhoods that seemed to be the most dense, most number of apartment buildings and population, and so this is why we went in this direction, because it ultimately just got us our numbers and got us in, and also were low-income communities.
Tamina, you have a population number for us?
I do. This was 63,183 people.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari, anything else? Very good. Commissioner Kutgawa. Commissioner Kutgawa, we're not hearing you. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez?
Can you just show the Highway 12, please? And yesterday I did mention cutting through Concord as well. I mean, in terms of trying to potentially bring in more of Antioch.
Right, Highway 4?
4, yeah. I'm sorry, 4. Yeah.
Yep.
I said 12, I was thinking 0.
There it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, cutting Concord is population in the wrong way. We got to take people out of, we got to move population south to move more of Antioch in.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that reminder. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you so much. This looks really, it's to share the pain, but I think this brings a lot more of the communities together. So thanks for doing the research and really delving into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, and when I said Concord, I meant Concord instead of Martinez in terms of population. So, but thanks. It's probably still the wrong way. So we'll see.
Okay. Very good. So my sense from what I'm hearing is that we are all happy with this. We would of course like Antioch to be whole, but have not found a viable way to make it whole, and feel that this is a good alternative that we are happy with and happy to move forward with. Very good. Commissioner Fornashari, what was next on your list?
Well, I think the Bay Area, I think now that we resolved this, I felt like we were pretty good with the Bay Area. I think the next big thing we have to tackle is looking at working through the Modesto move.
Right.
But if we're breaking in at if we're
545.
at 545, I'm not sure we'll get very far down the road with that. I don't know if you want to get started to look at that or what. I don't know. We had. I didn't know where we were back down in Southern California in San Gabriel Valley, for instance, or in Inland Empire, as far as if we'd gone through all the districts and we're happy with all of them. I know the northern ones, in the Victor Valley and the Antelope Valley, we have to kind of wait to figure that out. But I don't know where we were with San Gabriel or IE on the rest of the non-VRA districts.
Okay. So my sense is that those would be better started tomorrow. And so at this point, I would ask if Kennedy could help us take another look at Modesto.
Just one moment while I pull that up for you.
Thank you.
Sure, this is a good moment. I could put to bed option 5 right now, if you would like.
Okay.
So you'll recall yesterday we had some thought of exploring what would happen if Fairfield and Vacaville entirely went back into Solano County. Fairfield being the county seat. We tried it. You end up with a district all the way from Vallejo to Bethel Island in far east Contra Costa. Below that, you end up with an extremely wide district from Orinda all the way to Lathrop, and not even all of Lathrop. We'd have to split Lathrop. We would end up with Stockton and 1/2 of Elk Grove, which that was for sure a dead end, it seemed. And Sacramento would end up with all of Yolo County. So it just doesn't work. As it is, of course, having Fairfield and Vacaville go south with Vallejo, it is a trade-off. On the other hand, Fairfield does have over half of Solano County's population with it in its district. Also Contra Costa County, northern Contra Costa County, of course, too.
Very good, thank you.
So I do have the map pulled up. And currently Modesto, parts of Modesto, most of Modesto and Turlock are going out to ECA. So they're with Inyo, Mono, Alpine, parts of El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, the Gold Country, Mariposa, and the foothill parts of Madera and Fresno.
Okay, comments from commissioners?
Chair, if it's okay, I'll comment.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I think the exploration that we wanted to look at was keeping the county line as the boundary and seeing about moving that population north. Just want to check in with my colleagues. Is that was the thought? I know Commissioner Turner's, I don't know if she's with us or not. Commissioner Sinai, did you have some direction, thoughts? I mean, Commissioner Sadwani, did you have an idea about how you might want to see this play out? Okay. Well, I guess I would then, let's move it up through San Joaquin, through Sacramento, if that's the path we're going to take.
We're exploring.
So shall I start by moving the rest into the San Joaquin County and just seeing what the deviations turn out to be?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, one moment, please.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm sorry. So this is the whole wanting to keep Modesto in the Stannis Fresno?
This is wanting.
Is this what we're looking at?
This is wanting to keep Modesto in the Central Valley, grouped with the Central Valley. It's not going anywhere.
Okay.
So there are a total of 420,744 people in this selection that we will be moving north. And shall I commit this change?
Yes.
Okay, one moment. And so now that that has been changed, we have a deviation of 55.35%, obviously, because we just took half of a district and put it in one. So then we would start moving populations north. So however you would like to do that, you just let me know.
Okay, if I can pause this for a moment and ask Katie to read the call-in instructions. We will be closing the phone lines in half an hour and starting to take public comment at that point. Katie.
Absolutely, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 811-4925-9 9556 for this meeting. When prompted to enter participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. And once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And as the chair said, the lines will be open until 6 o'clock. It will be a minute and a half time period.
Yes.
And we will go back to you, Chair.
Very good. Thank you.
Sorry, I just chose Stockton because I know it will have to go north. So I just started by choosing that, but yeah, any direction is great.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Kennedy, could you quickly just zoom out for a second? I'm trying to remember all of our district, the boundaries going north. Thank you.
Yes, and I can go over those as well if you would like. In ECA at least, it comes El Dorado Hills to Cameron Park. That's all going north. So we're out to, I believe it's, let's see, Coloma, Placerville, the edge of El Dorado Hills. That county line is where ECA stops. Would you like to know even further north or in Sacramento?
Well, I just wanted you to zoom out so I could see the lines. Thank you.
Oh, here you go.
Yes, thank you. That's what I wanted. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
I was just going to ask Kennedy, last time we had Tracy and Manteca and Lathrop in the South District. So maybe we can just try that at this point and tweak from there. And
Sounds good.
I don't feel like I have to drive this conversation. So anyone else who's got some ideas, please chime in.
I'm just going to put that up as a boundary then and work from that. Sorry, just one moment. It merged those together, but let me put the thing back. So now that district was not 100% balanced before. So as you can see, we're over 15,334 in this district, which isn't terribly huge amount of population to move, but we do have to move that line. And since the Stannis-Fresno border is at a -1%, I would recommend a -1
person
and 0%. I would recommend moving the line in any of these areas.
Yeah, my recollection is that we, yesterday or day before, we were looking at French Camp, Murata, Garden Acres area.
Yes, and that was for a different purpose, so I'm not sure if we still want to move that way. I can start taking in these unincorporated areas around Stockton to try to make that change. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn the blocks on so that we can just see the numbers. It'll be a little crowded for a second, but then we can see where the population is for me to grab from. And let me make sure I'm not taking any of Stockton. Do I have permission to grab Waterloo?
Yes.
Aren't we going the wrong, are we going the wrong way? I thought we need to put population.
Yes, we're going the wrong way.
We need to get rid of.
Right. Right, so we're going the wrong way. Yes.
So I guess, if I could just jump in, sorry.
Go ahead.
I would work on that northern part of Lathrop, adjacent to French Camp there, rather than grabbing, one of those smaller cities.
Lathrop only and not touching Manteca.
Yeah, we can refine it later, but sure.
Okay. So that's close to the 15,000 that we were looking for. Okay.
Yes, and so I could do, 332 a different time. So then we have Sacramento, and actually, if we're going off of our previous iteration, Discovery Bay and Byron are also a part of this as well. So let me add that in there.
Do we want to do that or? So, okay, yeah, they're already out of Concord district, so yeah.
So now moving into Sacramento, we have a 438 and 66,000 people. And so we will continue to move north. One thing that was in the version 07, CD07 was taking out West Sacramento, but that would obviously also greatly impact these areas.
and we're looking to push this north and east.
Chair, can I speak?
Yes, sorry.
I've had
I'm
my
looking
hand
at
up
the
for a while.
map.
I
Go
know,
ahead.
I've had my hand up for a while.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, Kennedy, can you continue to move? We need to add, right? So we need to add more of Sacramento into it, correct? So let's go ahead and grab all of the city boundaries of Sacramento. You know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will do that.
And I think we will have to go into, I'll do that first and then thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez, probably Sacramento and West Sacramento at this point.
West Sacramento is already in there right now. I just want the city boundaries of Sacramento are obviously different than what's in the lower half of this district right now. Yeah, but West Sacramento is already in there, correct, Kennedy?
Yes, but so moving it north, we're at still a 13.11% over. I don't know if moving West Sacramento with Sacramento.
Can you
would
check
help.
that?
Yeah, I will add that as well.
Sorry, I missed that. I had to open the door. What was it? What did you say, Kennedy?
Just that moving West Sacramento into the North Sac helps with the deviation as well. So when without West Sacramento, West Sacramento, it was at a 13%. And then I add that and it goes to a 6%. Because West Sacramento would just be going south. And then it doesn't create a contiguity problem because you have this area here underneath West Sacramento keeping it together, but just moving Sacramento, then West Sacramento is connected through this loop where my cursor is going.
Right, so where your cursor is going, do we need to try moving that also?
Well, wait, I'm sorry, what was the population, 392?
Yeah, with both of them together is 392,491.
So we can grab, Florin and Elk Grove and Vineyard, is that what we're doing?
I don't think we can grab all of that, but we can try for some.
Well, let's try that area under
Oh,
West
no, we
Sac
can't.
first.
You're right, we can't.
So I'll grab some of this unincorporated area here.
Yes.
Under.
Not moving much.
And we've got to grab the Lemon Hill and Parkway and Florin.
Yes, so I will also do that and see where that gets us.
Okay, thank you. There's too many community of interest there. They're all tied together.
So up to Parkway, we're at a 1.1%. And now I'll grab Florin and see what
That's going to be too big, but okay.
Yeah, it puts us to a negative. So
Are we necessarily looking to keep Florin with Vineyard and Elk Grove, or Florin
Yes.
could? Okay.
I'm sorry, no, not with Vineyard and Elk Grove, no.
Okay, so then if
I mean, there potentially is that split of Vineyard and Elk Grove, which I do not want to do. We have a lot of counties,
Correct,
but we
correct.
definitely have to keep Florin. We definitely have to keep Florin in
Okay,
with the Sacramento.
Okay, so then add Florin and start removing there under Freeport and above Clarksburg.
okay, I will try that.
That'll be like 60 people.
All right.
I think, and I'm pretty serious about that. I think we have to remove West Sac. And then that's going to create another ripple the other way.
Yeah, removing West Sac will then cause you to change what you just did in Topeka's area.
Okay. Kennedy, can we allow you to continue to explore this while we are on break? And then I'll leave it up to you when you stop and report back to us tomorrow morning. We will go directly to public comment at 6 o'clock when we are back from break.
Chair, can I ask to work with Kennedy on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering. We are on break for 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this segment of today's California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. My name is Ray Kennedy. I'm the Vice Chair, Acting Chair for this segment, and we have finished our mapping for the day, and we are now moving into public comment. So, Katie, if you could once again read your instructions and kick us off. We will be off and running with public comment. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. At this time, for those that have called in, if you have not done so already, please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. It helps our staff manage the queue and let us know how many of you are here and ready to comment. The public comment time period is 1 minute and 30 seconds this evening. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining. Please stay alert for when it is your opportunity to speak in the queue. I will be announcing the last 4 digits of your telephone number. We will be beginning with caller 7716, and up next after that will be caller 1594. Caller 7716, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yeah, my name is Floyd Bryan. That is FLOYD BRYAN. I'm the president of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union Southern California District Council, and we're strongly opposed the splitting of San Pedro on any of the maps for a couple of reasons. One is you refer to the Port of Long Beach and the Port of LA. Wilmington and San Pedro are basically the Port of Los Angeles. Second reason is that while we border on one side with the water, by splitting us up into 2 or 3 different districts, we would have a lot of problems because we have a lot of unique problems that are port related that nobody else has. And if you take us away, that just leaves Wilmington with able to speak on it. And that's a major problem for us. And lastly, I've listened to you all day today, is if you've ever been to San Pedro, we're a port town, but basically a small community. So consequently, by dividing us up, it could basically just about take away that whole charm of the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 1594, and up next after that will be caller 5231. Caller 1594, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 1594. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 1594, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now we will be going to caller 5231, and up next after that will be caller 3351. Caller 5231, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Muni Madipatla. I'm a resident of Cupertino and a planning commissioner of my city. I'm calling to express my displeasure with your statement that Bay Area maps look good. Cal Matters today had an article on some of the redistricting issues that are being talked about. I understand it's a complex issue, but I'm very concerned with how the Commission is continuing to ignore the request and voice of Asian representation in VCD Santa Clara map. We have a strong presence in Silicon Valley, and somehow, in spite of many speakers and requests, our voice has been ignored. This congressional district has the least amount of Asians compared to any other Bay Area congressional district. Very puzzling. the Asian American voice has been ignored, and there is a fair bit of discussion going on about the same topic on WeChat groups, WhatsApp groups, and various signal groups within the community. Right. The map looks very gerrymandered right now, with Cupertino and Sunnyvale excluded from VCD Santa Clara. Commissioners, I ask you to do the right thing, correct the map of VCD Santa Clara to include Cupertino with the rest of the West Valley cities. Mayor of Cupertino and Vice Mayor both spoke in favor of this, but it doesn't seem like you're listening. Please listen to our voices, include us in VCD Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3351, and up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 3351, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3351. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 3351, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. Caller 8224, you will be right now. And up next after that will be caller 9436. Caller 8224, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I'm torn to see that the inland park of Huntington Beach is not part of Little Saigon anymore. This is not true. Representation of Huntington Beach or Little Saigon was so hard about keeping all of North Garfield in Huntington Beach with Little Saigon era. On Wednesday, I heard some of the young speakers say they are from the Little Saigon era, that Huntington Beach is more for wealthy people and Little Saigon is low-income class. Huntington Beach, Palm Valley, and Westminster average house sales are 700,000, so not sure why they made search for comments. My parents live in Westminster, myself too, and I grow up here. I moved to Huntington Beach because of my children for a better school district. My parents and I still share the same culture, festival, and social economy. I still understand the needs of people like my parents. It would be better if we are in the same district. We need someone who can understand our needs in the Assembly, State, and Congressional District. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9436. And up next after that will be caller 2931. Caller 9436, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 9436. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 9436, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will return to you. And for those in the queue, if you will please make sure you are alert and ready for your opportunity to speak. Right now we will have caller 2931 and up next after that will be caller 0983. Caller 2931, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Dear Commissioner, we know how exhausted it has been for you as well as our community during the process. Little Saigon lost so much 10 years ago, so now we are getting involved to make sure it doesn't happen again. I'm calling yesterday at 5:30 and waiting on the phone until 9 o'clock to be able to speak. I also want to be calling again today because the redistrict went so much to me and to my community. I am asking you, please look at the assembly district for Little Saigon again. Very simple, remove Stanton and add on north of Garfield in Huntington Beach. It's withdraw the lie, so please listen to us, the voice of Little Saigon. Thank you for listening. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0983. And up next after that, we caller 1535. Caller 0983. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Linda Lê, là cư dân của thành phố Huntington Beach. Tôi đã theo dõi những buổi họp của quý vị suốt mấy tuần nay, đặc biệt là khi quý vị nói về địa hạt Little Sài Gòn của chúng tôi. Hôm nay tôi không thể im lặng được. Tôi kêu gọi quý vị hãy thêm tất cả dùng north của Huntington Beach vào bản đồ của Little Sài Gòn. Vì một phần của Huntington Beach thuộc về Little Sài Gòn. Stanton không có phải thuộc về Little Sài Gòn. Tất cả những vùng north Huntington Beach thuộc về Little Sài Gòn. Làm ơn nghe tiếng nói của chúng tôi ở Little Sài Gòn. Cảm ơn quý vị thật nhiều.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Oh, goodbye. Thank you. Right now we have caller 1535. And up next after that will be caller 1319. Caller 1539, I apologize. Caller 1535. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Commissioners, my name is Tony Maldonado. I'm Latino and first-generation American. I'm from Santa Clarita. You have a time management and focusing problem. For 3 days, you've gone out of your way to discuss ad nauseum small COIs and VRAs in the congressional districts of Orange County, San Diego, Long Beach, and Southeast Los Angeles. Yet over those same 3 days, you have not spent 1 minute to discuss the huge problem of Sylmar being in the Santa Clarita Valley congressional map when it is part of a Latino supermajority working class COI of the San Fernando Valley East. The percentages of Latinos in this San Fernando Valley East COI are Sylmar 78%, San Fernando 90%, Pacoima 86%, Mission Hills 55%, Arleta 72%, Panorama City 72%, Van Nuys 51%, and Sun Valley 72%. So why do you refuse to have a robust discussion about the insertion of this Latino supermajority working class COI from Santa Clarita Valley's congressional map? Why do you refuse to put Sylmar where it belongs, inside a San Fernando Valley map? You have a responsibility to keep this Latino supermajority working class COI together and in that San Fernando Valley East map. So please focus, as this is our lives you're playing with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1319. And up next after that will be caller 4768. Caller 1319. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commission, for hearing us. I am speaking also of the Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley map, and I'm calling to implore the Commission to return Simi Valley to its rightful place with Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valleys. Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, the Antelope Valleys have similar demographics. They are all bedroom communities for the aerospace industries and the movie industries, which are the major economic engines in this area. On the other hand, the San Fernando Valley, which is part of the second largest city in the United States, should be kept by itself. It has demographics which are incredibly different than the Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, and the Antelope Valleys. I am asking again
30 seconds.
that please consider bringing Simi Valley back with Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valleys. I know that it crosses a county line,
15.
but the current map shows Simi Valley with parts of LA County. So instead of scooping into the San Fernando Valley, please move west, find the similar community of Simi Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4768, and up next after that will be caller 8251. Caller 4768, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Chapman. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa here in Orange County. On Wednesday night, we settled on 4 solid Orange County districts: a VRA district, an Asian-centric district, and an inland district, and a South Coast district. Though not every COI was accommodated, just listing the description out shows just how much was actually considered. Now, the Commission keeps blowing up these maps for no reason. The line drawer said it best: Control Z these lines. I think it's a joke. We had a compromise, and I'm not sure if it's because liberal groups started calling in, but the Commission was completely reverted their solid direction. So thank you so much. Just wanted to weigh in. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8251, and up next after that will be caller 6608. Right now we have caller 8251. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller with the last 4 digits, 8251. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 8251, you appear to have a connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now, we'll be going to caller 6608, and up next after that will be caller 7082. Caller 6608, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Alan Flores, City Manager with the City of Clear Lake and Lake County. I want to thank you for your work. It's really amazing to watch how much thought and effort is put into this effort. Your work regarding the 5th Congressional District is very much appreciated. I just want to implore the Commission to keep Lake County whole, which it hasn't been in 10 years, and we believe it's really important for our community. And so just ask you to keep a whole in the final proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 7082, and then up next after that will be caller 7128. Caller 7082, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 7082. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm just calling in about the Central Valley. I know you haven't drawn it yet, but maybe it's useful to get comments in before it starts. So right now, the Central Valley kind of like is represented by Garamendi, because it goes up to Tehama. That's probably too far, but Butte, Yuba City, Redding, that's probably too long of a district on the I-5. There are a lot of different issues in the Central Valley, and really Colusa, Yolo, and Sutter County really belong together. They share a lot of infrastructure. The bypass system, that kind of lower Central Valley, or I mean, like it seems lower because I'm in Butte, but that kind of lower Central Valley is a really distinct kind of area in terms of economics, in terms of interest, in terms of what the federal government provides. So I guess, this is forward guidance to the committee, because I know you're going to be moving on to the rest of Northern California, but the current line probably goes too far southbound 99 and I-5. And I think really Colusa, Butte, and Colusa, Sutter, and Yolo really belong in a similar district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7128. And up next after that will be caller 1610. Caller 7128. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 7128. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7128, you appear to have a connectivity issue. I will be coming back around to the retries shortly. Right now we have caller 1610, and up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 1610, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I saw in the LA Times today that the Commission is facing pending legislation for their lack of transparency, and I couldn't agree more. Major decisions are made offline. Line drawers and lawyers have outsized influence, and the Commission returns from breaks with brand new maps that the public never gets to see created. And then the last few nights, the Commission has tried to minimize public input by asking callers to stay on hold for 3 to 4 hours, which I had to do a couple of nights ago. I repeatedly pressed *6 and was never unmuted even though my number was read out to speak. This is not an independent commission and the public deserves answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3700, and up next after that will be caller 4205. Caller 3700, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Betty Wilson calling in for our coalition regarding Zone F, San Joaquin County. We know you have some really tough decisions to make. We would like to thank the Commission for keeping San Joaquin County whole. We also would like to compliment the Commission on FY2 SSAC San Joaquin, AD 13 Stockton, and AD 09 SSAC ST. These were the handouts on the site, and we reviewed and we feel we are still close to our communities of interest voices. The two proposed assembly districts could easily nest in the Senate district, and we just want to thank you again for your consideration and attention to the voice of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4205. And up next after that will be caller 7771. Caller 4205, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 4205, you may want to double check your telephone and make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is George Rodriguez, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this meeting. I live in the Northeast Los Angeles area for the past 26 years. And I just want to say to please keep the Northeast Los Angeles communities in the Northeast Los Angeles Congressional District. This is not Hollywood District. This community still elects Latino, Latinas representatives, election after election. Taking out the Northeast Los Angeles communities out of this Northeast LA district, it's not the answer. I repeat, it's not the answer. Carrying into Eagle Rock and Glasswell Park defeats the efforts for a continuous map in Northeast Los Angeles. The finger-like stretch into Hollywood looks more like a gerrymandering process than a real attempt to keep communities together. I urge you, please keep this congressional district within Northeast Los Angeles. I thank you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll go to caller 7771. And up next after that will be caller 2446. Caller 7771, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Carol Hutchinson. I am a resident of Lakeport, and I also serve as the County Administrative Officer for the County of Lake. And I want to thank the Commission for the incredible work you've done to date. The task before you has been daunting. In particular, I'm grateful for the work you have done regarding the 5th Congressional District, where Lake County is at this time. I've had the opportunity to comment to you earlier on in the process through the written submittal, and tonight I'm calling to reinforce once again my desire to see that Lake County is kept whole in any new redistricting proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2446, and up next after that will be caller 7618. Caller 2446, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lee, first generation from China, and I have been an Irvine resident since 2009. In the past 12 years, I see the population rapidly growing and has become a much bigger community with lots of Asian voices. And we do pay much of our attention on the redistricting process to be sure that our voices are heard, our values are properly represented, and the work is done fairly. I'm calling tonight disappointed in the lack of transparency from the Commission. There is pending litigation against the commissioners for making large changes offline and ceding too much power to partisan lawyers and line drawers. Yet the Commission continues to use these practices. More so, commissioners are listening to public comment with cameras off, and even some of the meetings, we have no idea if they're listening. It calls into question the independent nature of this work. And I think the public deserves answers as to why you continue to hide information even as the state Supreme Court reviews these exact actions. I strongly call for the Redistricting Commission to change its way of work and show more transparency to the public and our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7618. And up next after that will be caller 4201. Caller 7618. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello, my name is Kim Ngọc Dang Châu. I'm a Vietnamese voter living in Orange County, calling in my support of placing Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. I'm not sure where the comments are coming from that link that being that the Huntington Beach and Little Saigon together is racist. It makes no sense. Vietnamese residents work in Huntington Beach, dine there, and even live there. We want to be with the neighbor. We have much more in common with this community than neighbors to the north or in Los Angeles. It's just a silly comment based on no facts that is trying to influence the Commission. I hope the Commission understands this and keeps the maps as they have, with Little Saigon in the Congressional District with Huntington Beach. Under no circumstances should Little Saigon be separated and split up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4201. And up next after that will be caller 3974. Caller 4201, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4201. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, Stuart Waldman from VICA, calling about the maps in the San Fernando Valley. We appreciate that the Commission made a few changes, made it better, we think that we're good. Let's not make any more changes. It's all good. We can move on, and we don't have to come back. Okay. So thank you once again. San Fernando Valley is all good. Just don't look at it again.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 3974. And up next after that, we have caller 0706. Caller 3974, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Patty Cassio. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Thank you. I'm a resident of the Central Valley wanting to express my views on the current ECA congressional district. There's a debate regarding taking out Modesto and adding in additional population from elsewhere. Instead of finding population from the north or the south, please consider finding the center by adding in the city of Clovis and East Fresno County. Clovis has a strong connection to the foothills and rural communities, and they host the large Clovis Rodeo yearly. Please consider Clovis as a solution to fixing the problems with ECA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0706. And up next after that will be caller 9511. Caller 0706, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Oakes. I live in the part of Hesperia that was drawn down to Pasadena for some reason. I'm very upset that you've carved up our desert and put us with Los Angeles County and all the maps you're proposing. We are a rural San Bernardino County community, and we have literally nothing in common with Pasadena. The current congressional map also drew us across the county into communities that we have no ties to. I worked for a local water agency on the county border. We literally don't even have the ability to get water from the LA County areas next to us, and we don't have any intergovernment cooperation. I would ask the Commission to reconsider and keep the San Bernardino County High Desert with other rural communities in our county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9511. And up next after that will be caller 0396. Caller 9511, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling to voice my support for the congressional maps the Commission drew Wednesday night. We had strong Asian District, our VRA District, South Coast Irvine District, and a North County Inland District. It was largely fair and really does reflect a lot of what the community has been discussing. It's my hope we can revert back to these maps. I think the committee made a good progress, and it's a bummer that you redid and changed this balance work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0396, and up next after that will be caller 2742. Caller 0396, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. I'm a resident of the Central Valley, and I agree with one of the previous callers about the ECA congressional district. I know changing the ECA has been causing headaches across Northern California, taking out Modesto and trying to find population that won't cause ripples in the north. And that debate could be solved by adding Clovis and East Fresno. We already have a strong connection in Clovis with the mountain communities, especially during the Creek Fire when we had to accommodate a lot of the refugees escaping the forest fires there. So similarities in forest management and fire issues certainly link Clovis community to the mountain community more so than to Bakersfield. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2742, and up next after that will be caller 5522. Caller 2742, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 2742, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Richard Kimmett, and my wife Sherry and I live in Simi Valley for 38 years. And I had a friend, a fireman, that said that the districts were splitting up Simi and Santa Clarita. And my first impression was whoop-de-doo, you know, because I'm not involved in this. But then I started checking it out, and it seems that they should keep everything together. I looking at the maps, the Assembly District, the Congressional District, and the Senate District, and they all show Simi Valley and San Fernando or Santa Clarita together. I'd sure like to keep it that way instead of going down south to San Fernando like they're looking at. If they're saying that we're in different counties, if we go in a different county, we're still be Angora Hills and Calabasas are in the LA County anyways, and we're in Ventura. So once again, I'd just like to keep Simi Valley and Santa Clarita together in all the congressional districts. And I see one thing, it would be easier for a representative to represent us if we're together, because we have the same entrance and demographics, the mountains and so forth, and fire time. So it just seems that they should be kept together and not split apart like they're trying to do. I looked at the map also, and there's a Michael Antonovich Regional Park, which separates the Santa Clarita and the San Fernando Valley. So that's a natural barrier that should be taken into consideration. And once again, I'd just like to keep Simi Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5522, and up next after that will be caller 3783. Caller 5522, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 5522, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5522, appears you might have a connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back around. Right now we have caller 3783, and up next after that will be caller 5425. Caller 3783, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller with the last 4 digits, 3783. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, sorry. I'm having some trouble hearing you on your end. Okay, my name is Irene. I wanted to call in to call out some of the politically motivated callers that are trying to detach Little Saigon from Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach has over 7,000 Vietnamese voters and even more residents that have moved there over the past decade as our community has grown and thrived. Little Saigon wants to be connected with a larger Vietnamese community, and luckily the Commission prioritized this testimony. I just wanted to call in one last time to support what you have done and make sure the political movement trying to influence this independent commission does not succeed. Little Saigon under no circumstance should be separated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as a reminder to those that have called in, your comments are being interpreted by our wonderful interpreters. If you will please speak at a moderate pace and take your time with names and counties and numbers. It makes it easier to interpret. Right now we have caller 5425, and up next after that we caller 8802. Caller 5425, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The
Hello.
floor is
Good
yours.
evening, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ernesto Pantoja. I'm calling on behalf of Sir Duresquan, Business Manager of Labor's Local 300. And we're calling on behalf of our over 2,000 to 3,000 members that we have living in the Silmar, San Fernando Valley area, as well as the Antelope Valley. And we're calling to talk about our disagreement with one of the planned maps for the district, changing the current district that would take the area of Silmar and add it to the 25th Congressional District in the Antelope Valley. Knowing what we know and understanding the members that we represent, there are two different communities of interest. Our members that live in the Antelope Valley have different needs than the members that live in the East San Fernando Valley. We can't have our members represented by two different representatives and having to commute if there's an office all the way in the Antelope Valley to go and have their representative voice their opinions to them. It just doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. It is unfair to disenfranchise Silmar residents, creating an overwhelming physical division between them and their representatives. Silmar is a community of interest connected to San Fernando, Mission Hills, Pacoima, and the rest of the Northeast San Fernando Valley. So we're asking you to please keep it the way it is. Do not move Silmar into the 25th district.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8802. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 9436. Caller 8802, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Greg. I'm calling the commission to discuss what is happening in Little Saigon and Huntington Beach. The Vietnamese community wants to be with our neighbors to have the West. This is the city we have the most in common with. Commissioner Taylor said that it the best. Also, we are not coastal. We eat, work, play, and connect with the economy in Huntington Beach. I appreciate all the work the commission has done to protect the Vietnamese vote in Orange County, and I just want to make sure that we remain in Huntington Beach, something we have asked for since day one. Little Saigon under no circumstances should be separated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And caller 9436. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute.
Can you guys hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Well, commissioners, thank you so much for your hard work on the redistricting maps. I'm calling in regards to the congressional map, BCD Santa Clara. Ironically, even though this is called Santa Clara, it doesn't actually include the Santa Clara city. And I think that should be a clue in terms of the issues with the current redistricting. Basically, with the current proposed maps, Silicon Valley is split in half. If you do a quick search, a Google search of Silicon Valley and what cities are in Silicon Valley, you'll see it contains these main 5 cities: Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Cupertino. But instead, a bunch of rural cities are included with Palo Alto and Mountain View, which have major tech interests, while these rural cities are mainly residential communities and do have no tech interests whatsoever. Basically, the current maps have communities of interest in are split. So if you look at Santa Clara as a whole, Santa Clara has about 40% Asian, but the way the district is gerrymandered, the Asian percentages have to about 20%.
30 seconds.
You have one question you have to think about is, what does Palo Alto have more in common with Cupertino, or does it have more in common with La Honda, a rural community? I hope the commission will do the right thing, but thank you again for all your hard work. But please do put all the Silicon Valley cities back together instead of splitting them apart. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5615. And up next after that will be caller 9153. Caller 5615. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. This is Kevin Ingram, City Manager with the City of Lakeport in Lake County. Speaking on the behest of the City Council of Lakeport, I'd like to thank the Commission for its hard work. but I'd like to also emphasize the importance to the community of Lakeport in keeping Lake County whole and not placed into two separate congressional districts in any new redistricting proposal. Thank you once again for your tremendous efforts, and thank you for considering Lakeport's request.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9153, and up next after that will be caller 5820. Caller 9153, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. First and foremost, thank you for all your time and dedication to the redistricting process. My name is Nancy, and I am a long-term resident of Laguna Niguel. I am calling because I have serious concerns that this process will result in my community being wrongly grouped in with San Diego. I cannot state this strongly enough. Orange County deserves a coastal district that includes all of its residents. Not including Laguna Niguel and our neighbors in the south with the rest of Orange County would be a major mistake. Our community has nothing to do with cities like Oceanside or Carlsbad, and it certainly does not interact or have anything to do with San Diego County. Our neighbors are the Orange County coastal communities, and that is who we should be included with. I highly recommend that the Commission reconsider replacing Irvine and Tustin with Laguna Niguel and redraw our community back in with the rest of Orange County. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will make the right decision.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5820, and up next after that will be caller 5184. Caller 5820, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to call in response to the discussion today regarding taking the Modesto out of the ECA district and trying to find population to replace that. Like other callers today, I really think there's only really one real place that naturally fits with the Sierras and mountains that you can get that population from, and that's the city of Clovis in East Fresno County. Clovis and the mountain communities have a deep relationship. When the fires raged last year through that area and destroyed houses, a lot of those residents that were displaced escaped to Clovis for shelter, food, assistance. Clovis is right next to the foothills, Shaver Lake, Albury, Millerton Lake. It has a deep understanding of those fire issues, water issues, forest management. I know in the past, you guys have asked the possibility of splitting Clovis and Bakersfield, and the line drawers said that couldn't be a possibility with the VRA districts, but I did want to bring up that the new MALDAF map that they presented to you guys does split Clovis and Bakersfield, putting Clovis and East Fresno with the mountains while still maintaining those 3 VRA districts. I know you discussed the MALDAF map earlier today. So I just wanted to relay, I think Clovis is the best fit for ECA, and it is possible to do that split from Bakersfield because, again, MALDAF did prove it. So thank you for your time, and I really hope you consider this as a solution to this ECA problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5184, and up next after that will be caller 8063. Caller 5184, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. This is Chris. I'm calling from Mammoth again. I called last night. And first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for hearing my concerns last night. It means so much to all Californians that they feel heard in this process. I'm super grateful, as are many of my compatriots in Inyo and Mono and Alpine counties, that you're exploring how to keep Inyo, Mono, and Alpine together. So I just want to let you know that there should be a lot of written comments coming in, and I know you've been paying attention to them. Please consider them this weekend. You know, Inyo, Mono, and Alpine have had to battle LADWP for 100 years. I think most people are aware of those issues, but again, we'll cover that more in our written comments. The other thing is we really need to stay with the rest of the Sierra. You know, Tahoe's never going to ask to be with us. No one's asking to be with Inyo, Mono, and Alpine. We're really out, you know, on our own out here. And so what I really want to stress is that, you know, Tahoe's never going to ask to be with us, but we need to be with Tahoe. We have the same economy. We have the same wildfire risks. We have the same employers in terms of, the ski companies. So if we could join our voices with the rest of the Sierra, we would finally have our best shot at representation. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8063, and up next after that will be caller 5188. Caller 8063, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Dai Nguyen. I'm a citizen of City of Westminster. I'm calling in to support the idea of including Huntington Beach to Little Saigon congressional map. And I also strongly against divide Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5188. And up next after that will be caller 9389. Caller 5188, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 5188. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5188, you appear to have a connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back around. Caller 9389 will be right now. And up next after that will be caller 2966. Caller 9389, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is B. George, and I live in the coastal communities of Orange County. And I am very disturbed at what is going on. I'm calling to tell the commission that Democrat campaigns in Orange County have mobilized to influence the work that you are doing. After settling on fair maps Wednesday night, a Democrat organization decided to call the commission racist. The magic word, racist. And the result? The commission purposefully separated and disenfranchised the Vietnamese community. Honestly, that's all I have to say. You had fair, independent maps. You let Democrats who are mad they are not in control of the process hijack those plans. This is not what you were put to do. I am Hispanic. My husband is African American. So it's not about racism or race. And what we need to be thinking about is what your job is. And it should be done with integrity. Integrity. Think about doing your job with integrity so that you can go to sleep peacefully at night, knowing that you are doing the job that you have been commissioned to do. You are commissioners. Serve we the people. That's what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2966. And up next after that will be caller 8065. Caller 2966. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, I live in the Central Valley, and I agree with the earlier gentleman caller. In the talks about taking out Modesto from the ECA congressional district and trying to find folks from other areas, please look to get it from East Fresno County and Clovis. A lot of residents in the foothills come to Clovis and Fresno to do their shopping or for their jobs. Clovis is next to Shaver Lake, and a lot of residents go there to fish or to vacation. Our communities are intertwined and dependent on each other. Please look into Clovis and East Fresno County for finding more population for this district. Thank you so much for all the timeless work you've done on these maps, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8065, and up next after that will be caller 7952. Caller 8065, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm a resident of Orange County, and I'm calling to ask you to include Huntington Beach in to keep Huntington Beach in our Orange County, and please don't divide our Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7952. And up next after that will be caller 1740. Caller 7952, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I know that the work you are doing is tough, but I have some serious concerns about this Commission not taking public comment seriously. Recently, there have been comments made by Commissioners stating that there are conflicting reports about an OC Coastal District. I went back through public comment since August and found that there are over 500 comments made in support of the OC Coastal District and only 56 against. On top of that, I signed a petition with over 1,000 residents across the OC coast stating we support a coastal district. I might not be good at math, but I do know that almost 2,000 overwhelmed 56. Commissioner, being selective on comments based on your political party is exactly what this commission isn't supposed to do. Please be better.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1740. And up next after that will be caller 7068. Caller 1740, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Dung Lý. I live in Lido, Saigon. I want to keep Lido, Saigon together. Don't break our community. Please help us with Huntington Beach. Thank you for you protect our voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7068. And up next after that will be caller 6789. Caller 7068, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Ka Pham. I was a former Miss Vietnam of San Diego who resided in Huntington Beach, and I've been here for about 3 years now. I've waited from 5:30 to 9 o'clock last night to voice my comment and took the time today to call in to make sure that my voice is heard for my community in Little Saigon. Little Saigon is the home of the largest Vietnamese population in the United States. It is vibrant and grown beyond just Westminster and Garden Grove. Huntington Beach is now home of over 20,000 Vietnamese residents. Politically motivated callers have decided to call in and call the commissioner racist for putting Huntington Beach and Little Saigon together. I wanted to call them out on behalf of our community and again emphasize that Little Saigon and Huntington Beach have always been connected communities, with many Vietnamese residents now living in the city, making Little Saigon cross over. Little Saigon, under no circumstances, should be separated.
30 seconds.
I want to make sure you all knew that the actual Vietnamese community is excited to be included with Huntington Beach, and we are happy our larger community is all in one congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6789. And up next after that will be caller 0834. Caller 6789. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commission. My name is Vincent. I'm a Sun Valley resident. First, I want to thank you for keeping Little Saigon together and keeping Huntington Beach out of Little Saigon. I strongly object to those who are advocating for Huntington Beach to be included with Little Saigon. The argument is not based on any significant data. like based on the census data, there are only 8,000 Vietnamese in Huntington Beach. That's less than 5% of the population. And the median income of Huntington Beach is over 100,000, whereas Westminster is 56,000 and Garden Grove is 72,000. These facts cement the vast differences between Little Saigon cities and Huntington Beach. And I support the Maldive proposal as it brings in West Santa Ana in with Little Saigon. In terms of comparing the population, West Santa Ana has over 24,000 Vietnamese residents, mainly working class, and contains over 20 mobile home parks, mainly occupied by Vietnamese seniors. In 2018, the city created a district map that prioritized the Vietnamese having their own district to elect their candidate of choice. In 2020, Santa Ana was able to elect their first Vietnamese city council member. So please include West Santa Ana with Little Saigon in order to keep the Vietnamese community together and allow them to elect their candidate of choice. And I think any stated commonalities between Huntington Beach and Little Saigon is superficial and is being pushed by a small group of people who are only concerned about their political and economic interests rather than keeping Little Saigon together. So please keep the integrity of Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0834. And up next after that is caller 3241. Caller 0834, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. This is Bruno Sabatier, District Supervisor for the County of Lake. And we've been asking the Commission to put us whole, and you have listened in the past, and we really appreciated that. You have some very hard work in front of you. I know we just finalized our districting as well. Can't even imagine doing that on a state level. However, at this moment in time, Lake County is split once again. We are a small community who advocate together as one, as we have many communities of interest. And we have a lot of communities of interest that are alike with Napa County as well. We do not have many similarities going east or southeast. And from looking at the map, it is very important that we stay together so we can have a common voice in our district. Thank you again. And this is for speaking on Congressional District 5.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3241. And up next after that will be caller 3746. Caller 3241, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. We sure can.
Hello, I'm calling tonight asking that Long Beach be not merged with Orange County. We previously had 4 contained congressional districts, and adding Long Beach would dilute our Orange County voices. We are working with 4 solid districts, so I think the Commission should work to maintain these and respect county lines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3746. And up next after that will be caller 5664. Caller 3746, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Daisy Tong, and I called yesterday, and I just want to reinforce that Little Saigon and Huntington Beach should be together, and reinforce the statement of, the Commission listened to everyone's voice, and you will notice that you have from broken English to young professional to older senior Vietnamese. You have variety of spectrum of voters that's saying that we want Little Saigon together. This is not a political interest group, but this is the community. I've been active in this community, and I have never seen the community so united that want a voice to be heard. We don't want another 10 years to not have a voice. It's really tough for us to start having a political voice. So please ignore any racism, attack on the Commission. Help us protect our voice. Our community needs to stay together, and the only way that we could have a voice is Huntington Beach and Little Saigon. Please don't break us, and please ignore everything. And if you really truly open your heart, you will truly see the notice of our communities. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5664, and up next after that will be caller 2902. Caller 5664, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 5664. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5664, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back around. Right now we have caller 2902. And then up next after that will be caller 3726. Caller 2902, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ling Wen. I'm a resident in Westminster. Calling to ask you to keep Little Saigon together with Huntington Beach. There was a political group claimed Huntington Beach is racist. It's very wrong and not true. Please listen to the true voice of the community by keeping Little Saigon together with Huntington Beach, and do not ever divide Little Saigon. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3726. And up next after that will be caller 0011. Caller 3726, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Daniel Nguyen. I am from the Orange County. I haven't called in yet to this commission, but I've finally been motivated to wait and sit in this line tonight. So, the Vietnamese American community in Orange County is happy to be included with Huntington Beach, a city with over 20,000 Vietnamese residents. Anyone calling to say otherwise doesn't live here or is actually a part of the Vietnamese community. In the last decade, our vibrant immigrant population has grown and spread all throughout Orange County, particularly Huntington Beach. We consider this part of our community and are thrilled to be a congressional map with these neighborhoods that help fuel our local economy. I hope you can keep the maps away. Little Saigon, under no circumstance, should be separated. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9370. And up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 9370, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller with the last four digits, 9370. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 9370, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back around. Right now we have caller 6659. And up next after that, we caller 3636. Caller 6659, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, could you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Hui Tran, and I'm calling to ask the commission to keep Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. I know there has suddenly been testimony against this, but please remember the Vietnamese community has been asking for this for months. We have worked hard to participate in this democratic process and plead our case to the commission to protect our voters. That includes the Vietnamese population in Huntington Beach. Don't let last-minute political organizations affect months of hard work by our Little Saigon community. I just want to emphasize that Little Saigon under no circumstance should be separated. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3636. And up next after that, we caller 8951. Caller 3636, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 3636.
Hello?
There you are. The floor is yours.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Saul, and I've been living in Northeast LA my whole life up until right now. And me and my family have had many memories here with my relatives and everyone. And I would like you guys to keep the Northeast LA communities in the Northeast LA Congressional District because it will separate many of other similar beliefs, and many people wouldn't want that. So I say keep the Northeast LA Congressional District in the Northeast LA community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8951. And up next after that will be caller 8894. Caller 8951, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Leslie. I just wanted to say that this is not my first time calling in. Since the start of this process in October, I've worked with Vietnamese leaders in Orange County to protect Little Saigon and redistricting and ensuring our community was empowered. At the 11th hour, there is now a political organization with a clear and deliberate political agenda trying to call the commission racist. Emphasis on racist for doing exactly what the Vietnamese community has been asking for months. We want to keep Greater Little Saigon together. That includes Fountain Valley, Westminster, Garden Grove, and what now leads into Huntington Beach. Little Saigon, under no circumstance, should be separated. Please do not take these comments seriously and empower the Vietnamese community and not the special interest groups, okay? By keeping us with Huntington Beach, a city that is completely connected to our thriving economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8894. And up next after that will be caller 7692. Caller 8894, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 8894. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Rojas. I know the Commission has spent significant time in Orange County and continues to make drastic changes. However, I do not like these random maps popping up after closed door meetings that cross county lines. Previously, the Commission has settled on 4 Orange County-centric congressional districts with an even population deviation. I please ask that any swaps going forward happen within these 4 districts and the county lines you are largely respecting. There will be a lot of COI testimony that loses out, but our residents will at least be happy our voters were and interests were protected and not diluted by different countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7692. And up next after that will be caller 6625. Caller 7692, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dan Bickford here. Your recent assembly and congressional iterations collect inland San Diego County communities in a way that works. I'd like to talk to you tonight, though, about the Senate maps. I know you're working on them next week and wanted to give my input. Your Senate district map, SECA, could use some tweaks. I understand it is a voting rights district and must link parts of South San Diego County to Imperial County, but I don't know why it doesn't pick up the heavily Latino neighborhoods that are south of the 94 in San Diego County and shed some of the rural parts of San Diego like Alpine, Ramona, Borrego Springs that better fit with cities like Poway, El Cajon, Escondido, Santee. Rural San Diego communities like Jamul, Alpine, Crest, Bostonia, Lakeside, Descanso, Ramona, and Julian all belong in the same district. And that district should include Escondido, Poway, Santee, and El Cajon in San Diego County. Rural San Diego has different concerns than parts of San Diego City that are south of the 52. We look to East and North counties for essentials like medical care, food, jobs, not for San Diego City neighborhoods south of the 56 like Pacific Beach, Mission Beach, Mira Mesa, Sierra Vista.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6625, and then up next after that will be caller 0586. Caller 6625, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Commissioner Turner and Commission, you were moved by the comments of Chris Bubsar from Mammoth, a woman who ran for Congress and has talked about running again. But what you really did was prove the woman from Indian Hills right by spending more time talking about the Eastern Sierras and not our rural San Bernardino County High Desert, which is why she felt left behind. You put San Antonio Heights, Wrightwood, and Altaloma with LA, even though they clearly belong with the San Bernardino District base. There has been testimony from our High Desert, Wrightwood, Altaloma, Upland, all saying we don't want to be with Los Angeles again. Please listen to our communities instead of uplifting the comments of a congressional candidate. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0586. And up next after that will be caller 9575. Caller 0586, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Adiant, and I'm a high school student in the Bay Area. First of all, specifically around the Congressional District 17 and 18, I want to say thank you for your work so far. I know it must be very tiring going on, so thank you for your work. I'm an avid follower of my local politics. I dabble in it, and I've been paying close attention to the redistricting since it's an almost once-in-a-decade occurrence. And I was reading some New Cal Matters articles today, and the proposed map for District 18, and saw that the areas around Cupertino and Sunnyvale, where the current District 17 and 18 shared border, looks extremely gerrymandered. And as a member of the South Asian community, it seems that the inclusion of Cupertino alongside the other West Valley cities of Saratoga, Montecito, Campbell, and the heart of Silicon Valley would serve the district well and form a good group of communities of interest. It's not just me who feels like this. Cupertino's mayor and vice mayors, respectively, Darcy Paul and Liang Fangchao, have said that they don't want Cupertino placed for Fremont. And so I encourage and implore this commission to please listen to the pleas from the South Asian community and residents of Cupertino and Sunnyvale and place Cupertino with its communities of interest and also the many parts of San Jose together. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and really hope that this commission takes this comment into account. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9575. And up next after that will be caller 8174. Caller 9575. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Karen Diaz, and I'm the electoral field manager for the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. And for the past 35 years, we've been working to create a just society full inclusive of immigrants. Today, we submitted a letter with feedback on congressional maps. I'm going to go over just a couple of the feedback, particularly in the area of Orange County. We want to thank you for the new iterations on 12/10/21. We appreciate that the Commission has for the drawing of Savannah Ana, which allows very important immigrant communities of interest to remain whole and together, including the Vietnamese American, Pacific American communities in Garden Grove, Westminster, and Fountain Valley, the Mensa community that straddle the Los Angeles and Orange County border, and the Korean American communities in Buena Park and Fullerton. It also maintains the federal rights voting district for the Latinx community in the Santa Ana that draws the Fullerton and West Anaheim communities of interest together and align the Santa Ana community. We appreciate that you are also keeping hold of Costa Mesa district in the No Coast district. And you heard a lot from the People's Redistricting Alliance and our members about the importance of keeping this disproportionately immigrant communities holding together. More information is included in a letter and PowerPoint that highlights over 1,000 community of interest testimonies from immigrants all across the state of California. Thank you for everything that you have done, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8174. And up next after that will be caller 5621. Caller 8174, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Soyla Rodriguez. I'm with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. I serve as a call center and data manager. We appreciate the efforts from the Commission to maintain communities of interest together in San Fernando Valley in MAP SFB. We would like the valley to be kept whole, and this can be done by adding Silmar, Canoga Park, and Winnetka to this district. The communities in this district are low-income working families who share common issues such as the access to affordable housing and healthcare, resources for senior citizens, and access to resources such as jobs. Valley Village and south of North Hollywood is home to a higher income communities and have no shared interests with cities like Venice or Panorama City. Therefore, we ask that Valley Village and anything south of Burbank Boulevard in North Hollywood not be included in this district. CHIRLA supports an updated version of the MALDEV Congressional Plan for Southern and Central California, which achieves this architecture for the San Fernando Valley. This map also ensures the Hanson Dam recreational area is also part of this district. Many of the communities in Venice, Panorama, Canoga, Silmar use this park for recreational purposes and to access resources such as vaccination clinics and food drives. By keeping it within this district, we will ensure that communities have and continue to have access to important resources and assets. Thank you again for all you've done so far.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5621. And up next after that, we caller 7677. Caller 5621, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 5621, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, I saw some of the meeting today, and I just wanted to comment that I'm totally against Commissioner Toledo and Sadwani's plan. It makes no sense based on employee testimony we heard, and I'd like to thank Commissioners Fornachari, Yee, and Fernandez for, saying that we should just keep the districts we have now. But on the other hand, we could also go back to what we did Wednesday night. Those are really two of the main options. And for the people who are saying that Huntington Beach doesn't have anything in common with Westminster, I'd like to point out once again, they share school districts. The Ocean View School District contains schools in Huntington Beach, Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. Same with the Westminster School District. So yes, these communities do have things in common, and I hope the commissioners stick with the districts in Orange County now and just either go with the plan you have now or the plan that you had Wednesday night. Thank you for all your hard work, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7677, and up next after that will be caller 5956. Caller 7677, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 7677, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7677, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. We will be coming back around for those retries after the break. Right now we have caller 5956. And up next after that will be caller 5981. Caller 5956, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. I hope you're awake and doing well.
Listen, the agendas that are going into these redistricting, the lack of transparency, the changing of the maps is something that should not be conducted in this commission. We wanted an independent commission for a reason, and yet we're seeing new maps being changed after special interest and political agendas come into play. As someone who resides in Orange County and in Upland, the district lines, believe me, we have nothing to do with LA County. Huntington Beach is where we go to shop, where we go do Little Saigon. You're hearing it from the people themselves. They are not part of Long Beach. They are not part of LA County. These are completely different and separate communities with different interests. I ask that you at least go back to your maps from Wednesday night instead of changing them based on political interest and elevating the voices of those who want the redistricting for simply political reasons and to win in congressional races.
30 seconds.
Listen to the people who you are entitled to and commanded to listen to as your position. Listen to we the people. Do your jobs. Stop the special interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5981. And up next after that will be caller 2974. Caller 5981. Please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hello.
Hello. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Frank Nelson. I'm a resident of Corona, of Riverside County. Been in Riverside County for almost all my life, which is, well, I won't say how many years. But anyway, looking at doing is to really simply is to pretty straightforward and simple, wanting to keep those communities along the I-15 corridor together as one voting district, as we have much in common with our sister cities up and down the 15 freeway, and we share an economic and cultural history. It's a lot of continuity, and the present proposed redistricting has Congressional District 42 going across the San Jacinto Mountains on the other side out into the desert with Palm Desert, Indian Wells, also Rancho Mirage. And those areas are definitely not economic areas that we have that goes with the corridor, the I-15 corridor. And you also split in between, you've got Palm Springs, which is another congressional district, in dividing that. So I asked for a revision of looking at really basically keeping it the 42nd congressional is down the 15 corridor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2974. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Paulina, and I grew up in Garden Grove. It was sad to hear that the rights group called in and requested to separate Little Saigon from Huntington Beach because Huntington Beach City is racist. My family and friends live in Huntington Beach, and they are not racist. Please listen to ordinary citizens, not special interest group, and have Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. Don't break up Little Saigon, and don't break up the Vietnamese voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6777. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kay. I live in East Fresno. I know you have a discussion on taking out Modesto and adding some additional population from somewhere else. One idea might be to get additional population from Clovis and East Fresno. The foothill communities in Clovis and East Fresno have a lot in common as far as recreation, shopping, water needs, fire issues, and many other aspects of our lives. These two communities have very strong ties and would work well together. So please consider Clovis as a way to fix the problem with ECA. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time we are up against a break.
Very good. Thank you. We will take our 15-minute break and be back at 7:45.
And to please not hang up. We will be coming back to you. If you hear our voices, you are in the right place.
Thank you and welcome back from the break. Thank you for sticking with us, to those callers in the queue. And Katie, will you get us back on track with our callers?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to invite all of those that have called in that have not done so already to please press *9. And this includes the people that we will coming back for a retry. If you will please press *9 again, this will let me know that you are near your phone and have some different connectivity at the moment. And we will begin right now with caller 7974. And then up next after that, we will be retrying caller 9370. Caller 7974, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 7974. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And for all those in the queue, I know we were on break. If you will please be prepared and ready near your phone at the time it is your turn to talk. And caller 7974, I will come back around to you. And right now, we will be retrying caller 9370. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 9370, the floor is yours. Caller 9, there you are, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Josue, and I lived in Northeast Los Angeles all of my life. And my family and many other families that are roots here, and we cannot be divided. Therefore, I ask that you guys please keep us in the Northeast Los Angeles Congressional District. This community still and will continue to vote for Latin representatives election after election. Dividing us won't be a great idea because it'll ruin the foundation of Northeast Los Angeles. Also, dividing us will create tension between us and will separate each other from the things that we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7507. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 8251. Caller 7507, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 7507, if you will please double check your phone, make sure you're not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Good evening. I'm calling again. This is to speak on behalf of the Vietnamese community of Southern California. And I've been listening to the arguments for and against keeping Huntington Beach in the same congressional district. If you look at the map right now, there's a big hole at the bottom of the district, and that is where the city of Huntington Beach is. So the only way to make it compact and visionable is to include that area. But in order to make it, I just want to propose a compromise if it can work out with the commission. You can also add in West Santa Ana and the city of Santa. And that would make, would probably unite all of the Vietnamese American voters in West Orange County. And then you can take out the city of Fullerton because it is way, way too far from
30 seconds.
West Orange County. So Fullerton, the people of Fullerton deserve to have their own representative, and they deserve to be united with Oberlinda and North County. So my proposal is to add in Huntington Beach, West Santa Ana, and Stanton, and let Fullerton unite with the other districts. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will be retrying caller 8251. And then up next after that will be caller 2887. Caller 8251, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is San Joaquin County Supervisor and Vice Chair Chuck Wynn. I want to thank the Commission for all the work they've done. Having chaired our local San Joaquin County Congressional Assembly and Senate districts and going through a variety of exercises to gather information from residents was challenging. I can't even imagine doing it on a statewide basis. Real quick, I'm going to just restate, and I observed some of the conversation earlier in regards to Modesto, et cetera, in San Joaquin County, which actually is a little bit contrary to what we have come up with as far as recommendation. First, we believe that, San Joaquin County, because its population can hold the majority of a congressional district. And secondly, the design and the way that it's laid out, our west side county is more urban, and our east side of our county is more rural or agricultural, and therefore we as talking with Stanislaus County feel that certainly the agricultural is separate as far as communities of interest than the west side, and so we had proposed an east and a west dividing point from Stockton down to Tracy, and obviously from Ripon Escalon all the way up to Lodi. And then as far as the Senate district with Senator Eggman, in regards to our current senator, which covers almost entirely and a little bit outside of San Joaquin County, we think.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2887. And then up next after that will be the retry of caller 3351. Caller 2887, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you again for the opportunity to provide input. My name is Megan Kerr. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District, and I've provided public comment on multiple occasions, advocating for keeping Long Beach Unified, which serves the city of Long Beach, Lakewood, Signal Hill, and Avalon, as together as possible. And while your earliest maps had reflected keeping most of our district together, I'm really disappointed that this latest iteration creates a huge split across our district. Now, this map is much better than the one earlier today that split us into 3 different districts. To best serve our 70,000 students in the 4th largest district in the state and the 2nd largest in LA County, I'm asking you to move the western part of Long Beach back with the eastern part of Long Beach and Lakewood. And if you're unable to do that, please do not split any more than the current map. We're just asking for as much of Long Beach to be joined together as possible. It's really critical for our advocacy at the federal level to have representation that knows the challenges of our large urban district. Again, thank you for your consideration and for keeping us more together. I'm really grateful for your service and your hard work. It is a thankless task, and I am thanking you. So have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have the retry of caller 3351. And then up next after that will be caller 4273. Caller 3351, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. I am a resident of Orange County, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the commission. I have followed the commission's work, and I'm appreciative of the difficult tasks that you have. I'm calling about our Orange County congressional lines. I've seen what feels like dozens of versions of our congressional districts, and it seems that each one is getting worse. And it seems like we're forgetting the months of testimony from our community. I actually like the drafts that the commission settled on Wednesday night that heard Little Saigon's concerns about being connected to Huntington Beach and largely respected our county borders. Not all of Orange County will get what they want, but I appreciate that the commission understands that Orange County is strongly tied together through its infrastructure and particularly water. I hope we can keep it that way so that we have 4 strong Orange County congressional districts. Finally, I have read 2 newspaper articles that report that the commission has been making major decisions behind closed doors. If that's the case, I want to express my deep disappointment. While it may be expedient, the commission was set up to be independent and transparent, and as one commissioner said, make the hard decisions in public. It would be another blow to self-governance and retaining the public's confidence in its institutions if this is occurring. Again, thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much. And right now, we will have caller 4273. And up next after that will be caller 3995. Caller 4273, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brandon Parrish, and I am a lifelong resident of Sacramento County, and I wanted to express some concerns about redistricting in our community. I strongly believe that on the congressional map, Sacramento should remain whole in one congressional district. Generally speaking, cities should always be kept whole, and Sacramento's population is within what allows to be in one district. By splitting Sacramento in two, it's effectively pitting the suburbs and the city against each other, when Sacramento County should have two districts, one in the city, one in the suburbs. I think that's the best way to draw the county. Please keep Sacramento whole. Additionally, on the assembly maps, I think that Carmichael should be kept whole and with its neighbors of Fair Oaks and Citrus Heights. If it's not possible to keep Carmichael in one assembly district, Carmichael should be divided in a north-south basis, with the southern part of Carmichael in the urban district and the rest of Carmichael in the District 8. Carmichael has more of a north-south side than east-west, so I ask that you take that into account, and I will submit some alternative variations for you to look at. Thank you for your time and your consideration and for all your hard work for our state. And just to reiterate, please keep Sacramento whole, and please revisit the lines for Carmichael on the assembly maps. And I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3995. And up next after that will be caller 2252. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm calling from Yucaipa to speak on the Marcoa map. Our community is incredibly pleased to be grouped with Big Bear in the High Desert. Our only request is that you don't group us with any more of Los Angeles County. You're just about there. It's almost a perfect map, but please keep the community rural. Thanks again, and I hope you all have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2252. And up next after that will be caller 7331. Caller 2252, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rebeca. Yo vivo en el noreste de Los Ángeles. Sugerimos y necesitamos que mantengan las comunidades del noreste de Los Ángeles en el distrito del Congreso del noreste de Los Ángeles. Este no es el distrito de Hollywood. Esta comunidad todavía elige representantes latinos elecciones tras elección. Sacar a las comunidades del noreste de Los Ángeles de este distrito no es la respuesta. También irrumpir en Eagle Rock y Glassell Park frustra el esfuerzo para un mapa contiguo en el noreste de Los Ángeles. Gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7331, and up next after that will be caller 9141. Caller 7331, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, thanks very much. My name is Ben. I've actually called in a couple of times before. I just wanted to take a minute to sort of pass along my appreciation and congratulations for a job well done with regards to what I've been calling it about, which has been keeping West Hollywood as a cohesive unit. I think, doing that and simultaneously managing to keep the valley together and keep Santa Monica on the coastal area is really a pretty impressive accomplishment. So well done in North Los Angeles, and thanks very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9141, and up next after that will be caller 3480. Caller 9141, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Shayla Bonner, and I'm calling from Contra Costa County. I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you have done so far. I think that it's really important to keep communities of color and significant communities of interest together. And I would like to thank you for pairing Vallejo, Richmond, and East Contra Costa County and bringing in as much as Antioch as you can. So again, I just want to take time to thank you for doing that and taking in any recommendations from the public and considering our recommendations. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3480, and up next after that will be caller 1270. Caller 3480, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kevin Nguyen. I'm a Vietnamese voter living in Huntington Beach. I'm calling because there's a political effort to separate Little Saigon from Huntington Beach, a community that has long shared interests with the Little Saigon cities like Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove. It's disappointing to see, and I hope the commission sees this for what it is. Our residents have been calling for months asking you to put Little Saigon with Huntington Beach, and we are so happy that you did. So please keep it that way. Please keep Huntington Beach whole, and do not let this last-minute political coup by a special interest group sway your opinion. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate the hard work that you put in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1270, and up next after that will be caller 7192. Caller 1270, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I've called in before. I'm from East Contra Costa County, specifically from Brentwood, and I've been watching the maps for my part of California get redrawn. And so it reminded me of a little ditty by the Ohio Players, Roller Coaster of Lines. And the chorus would go, your lines are like a roller coaster, baby, I just can't even find. Your lines are like a roller coaster, baby, changing all the time. So let's talk maps. CD Concord DTR draft. This congressional map now has Discovery Bay and Brentwood, which is very nice. Thank you very much for that. But it goes way too far west to Orinda and Moraga. We have no commonalities with those suburbs. And all the way south to Norris Canyon. Never heard of the city, ever. Nobody from there ever comes here, and we don't go there. Napa, Byron Draft, way too far to the north to Rumsey, way too far to the east to Ronan Park, and way too far to the west of Clarksburg. We are a San Joaquin Delta community. We belong with the other communities along the San Joaquin Delta. Please don't break us up to fit to make other maps whole. We are one.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7192, and up next after that will be caller 2239. Caller 7192, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Elijah, and I'm a resident of Highland Park. My family has ties to Highland Park dating back to the early 70s. And I'm calling for Congressional District Northeast Los Angeles. I am not in support of splitting up Northeast Los Angeles. The communities of Eagle Rock, Glassell Park, and Mount Washington must be kept in the Northeast Los Angeles Congressional District. We are all neighbors and have a shared regional history since before the streets were even paved. Portions of Hollywood that were recently added need to be kept in the San Fernando Valley. Northeast Los Angeles and Hollywood share nothing in common but the climate. Please consider keeping our communities together. The communities in Northeast Los Angeles, as gentrified as they have been, still continue to elect representatives of color, and our communities have been able to keep together as long as we could. Many residents of Nella have a shared history and would like to continue sticking together. Please keep Northeast Los Angeles, Northeast Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2239, and up next after that will be caller 7973. Caller 2239, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling to ask about Congressional District 2, the North Coast District. It seems to be the only congressional district in the state that has not changed. Every other district has changed significantly, and yet this very long, very skinny district from the Golden Gate to the Oregon border seems to be the only sacred cow in California politics. The Northwest California counties of Del Norte, Humboldt, and Trinity have a total population of 175,000 people. Over 75% of the people in this coastal district do not live in Northwest California. Tiny Marin County alone has 50% more people than these three counties have in total. Sonoma County has a population of 500,000 and it's divided between the coastal district and the district you call Yolo Lake. Census data shows how different Northwest California is from the richer, better educated counties to the south. Northwest California is more demographically similar to the counties to the east. Linking these rural counties in Northwest California to Bay Area counties deprives them of any voice in their own district. The coast is not a community of interest.
15.
What is important is the rural-urban divide. Please give a voice to the rural Californians in Northwest California. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7973. And up next after that is caller 6666. Caller 7973, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to go over this issue. I'm calling regarding the district in western Riverside County. The western edge of the county shares many comparable and comparable issues, and to include other parts, distant parts of the county, as far possibly as Palm Desert, do not bring the same issues to the attention of the political leadership. So to help us have a better form of life and quality of life in western Riverside County, we think all the areas, and generally that means all these communities along Interstate 15. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you can make this a good, solid district.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6666, and up next after that will be caller 5428. Caller 6666, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Satia San, and I am the chair of Cambodia Town Inc. I have called in before to ask you not to split Cambodia Town District. I have heard you say that you don't want to split small cities. And even though we aren't a city, Cambodia Town District is very unique and young community in Long Beach. We are survivors of genocide, and we have built new life in America. We are currently in the SP 710 map, and we are requesting that you move us into Long Beach North so that we are united with all of our Cambodian programming at Cascade Long Beach. We are our elders, caretakers, working families, and students. Please put Cambodia Town District back in Long Beach North if possible. We really need your support. Thank you so much for listening to my request.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5428, and up next after that is caller 2189. Caller 5428, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 5428. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5428, you appear to have a connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now we have caller 2189, and up next after that will be caller 1457. Caller 2189, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Wilberta Richardson. I live in Altadena. I'm the president of the Altadena NAACP. And I'm calling to support the maps of November 10th. In those maps, all the foothill communities are kept together. Pasadena, Altadena, Monrovia, Duarte, where there is a substantial African-American population, requesting that we maintain the foothill communities together so that the African-American voice is not diminished. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1457, and up next after that we caller 8037. Caller 1457, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 1457. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 1457, I do apologize. You have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. Caller 8037 will be right now, and caller 0005, you will be up next. Caller 8037, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi. As you know, a citizens group has sued this commission in the California Supreme Court. To everyone's surprise, the court took the case on an emergency appeal last Thursday. Both sides have responded to the court with extensive briefs for failure of certain commissioners having secret unrecorded meetings and for having attorneys with major conflicts of interest for using map drawing tools kept in secret from the public, and the Supreme Court will probably make a decision next week. Finally, one of the requests that was made is asking the Supreme Court to take over the line drawing and take it away from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0005. And up next after that is caller 7672. Caller 0005, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kathleen Irvine. I'm from Long Beach, and after seeing some of the proposals from the Commission today, I felt that I should comment. Please do not split Long Beach into 3 parts, as was proposed by the earlier exploration. Thank you, though, for landing on the current LB North iteration that you are now working from. Ideally, I would really like to see Long Beach be a whole rather than 2 parts. For those of us who have been working in this community for years, We know that a congressional district that keeps most of Long Beach together works the best. I love my amazing city and have had the privilege of working with my community and our representatives, the mayor and city council, helping to design park and green spaces. I served on the Wilmore City Heritage Association as president for 8 years and been vice chair of the Sustainability Commission. I'm currently chair of the Cultural Heritage Commission. We benefit from cohesive congressional representation. You currently have us split in two, but at least most of the city is together. In these challenging times, our city benefits from its unique racial and economic diversity and urban-suburban identity. Please unite as much of Long Beach as possible into one district.
15.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7672, and up next after that will be caller 6790. Caller 7672, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for all your hard work and for staying up and paying attention to all of us. My name is Henry Fung, and I take a look at today's congressional district drafts that were posted. And once again, Cal Poly Pomona and Pomona are not together in the same congressional district. And the area in question is an area that is in the STH 60 district. It's west of the city of Pomona, east of the city of Walnut. It's a little unincorporated piece of land that people may not be paying attention to, but I know that we have several commissioners that live or work in the San Gabriel Valley Inland Empire. So if you've read the COI testimony, you know that Cal Poly Pomona students generally live east of campus. Cal Poly Pomona is a Hispanic serving institution. Cal Poly Pomona people do not have that much in common with people to the west of them in places like Walnut, certainly not to the south in Orange County. So I would ask that when you make those edits to the lines, that you will in the LA, Orange County, Inland Empire areas, that Cal Poly Pomona and Pomona be linked together, that the unincorporated area west of Pomona be added to the Pomona, Ontario district to join where the university that the people go to and where they live out in the Inland Valley, Pomona, Ontario area. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6790. And up next after that is caller 9517. Caller 6790, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan, and I am a current Orange County resident calling to thank the Commission for keeping the city of Long Beach out of Orange County. I commend the committee for various sacrifices they have made to uphold the interests of Orange County, but diluting our representation is not the answer. I hope that if any further changes are to be made, you ensure that you keep Long Beach separated from our county. I hope that we can keep it this way so that we have 4 strong Orange County congressional districts. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9517. And up next after that would be caller 3559. Caller 9517, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Miss Vanessa Vo. I am the Commission. First, I would like to thank your Commission for your hard work through this process. I spoke yesterday and asking for the Commission to please do consider the command from a lot of our little Saigon folks that speak yesterday as you making charge on the assembly and congressional districts. Just need a little change. I live in Huntington Beach and want to be a representation by the assembly member in a little Saigon. We will get lost and ignore if we also have a little Saigon. Please help us finish little Saigon by adding Huntington Beach for assembly map, remove Stanton, and it's gonna go at Euclid Avenue and all north of Garfield Street for a congressional at all the HP. We need an assembly and a congressional that can understand our needs and can help our community. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3559. And up next after that will be caller 6758. Caller 3559. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi there. I just want to thank the commissioners for your hard work, and I'm calling to affirm and echo a lot of the same sentiments that other callers are making, which is to keep communities together and whole. In the proposed map, Long Beach and Carson are both split into two districts, and this presents a glaring organizational problem for both cities because they are charter cities with their own city councils. I would love for harbor communities to, like Long Beach, Carson, Wilmington, Compton, and San Pedro, to be kept together. Grassroots, non-PAC, corporate-funded campaigns take a lot of time and canvassing to accomplish, and this new iteration of the map erases a lot of that work and effectively silences some of the purest and most direct forms of the democratic process. Again, thank you so much for your time and taking the moment to hear from us.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6758. And up next after that will be caller 6303. Caller 6758. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. The commission has been hearing a lot of complaints tonight, so I thought I would break it up and say a thank you. Little Saigon has asked for months to be included with Huntington Beach, a city that we share an economy, community, and residents with, and the commission did just that. Little Saigon under no circumstance should be separated. I am proud that our community of interest has been recognized, and I hope that the commission will keep it this way when they finalize the maps on Saturday and Monday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6303. And up next after that is caller 9793. Caller 6303. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello. As a former resident of North Highlands, California, I want to commend the commission on that North Sacramento district. I do believe they did a good job on that. But as a current member and resident of the Fresno-Clovis area, I do not believe that the commission has been listening to the comments made by members in both Bakersfield and Fresno and Clovis. I know that they've been asked that they do not want to be grouped together. Another position for this belief is I do not believe that the oil communities and the communities of Bakersfield have very much in common with the more mountainous community that participates, which a lot of residents of Clovis actually do own and operate in the mountain community, whether it's for work or for residential. If the commission is to consider either thinking about moving the Clovis district into that eastern mountainous community after looking for population for Modesto, that should be considered as an option.
30 seconds.
Again, I want to thank the commission for what they have done, but to really consider moving Clovis, which is formerly a logging town, along with Sanger, into that mountainous community. They have very much in common and a strong relationship, especially after the Creek Fire.
15.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9793, and up next after that will be caller 8549. Caller 9793, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
I'm calling about the SECA of the SCCA map that divides my town of Lakeside and our sister city of Santee. It cuts us off from similar cities in our towns such as El Cajon, Alpine, Ramona, Rancho San Diego, and even divides off part of Lakeside's own Barona Indian Reservation. Instead, we're now grouped on the current map with more suburban, physically, geographically distant cities within the city of San Diego, like Pacific Beach, University City, Mira Mesa, and other areas which we have no bonds and little in common. The funny thing about these, the differences include things like, the beaches versus lakes and hills, surfboards and bicycles versus horses and pickups, the big city of San Diego versus the unincorporated towns and small suburbs, and even the dangers of the sea level rising versus wildfires in the East County. We don't want our voice being swallowed up by the city of San Diego. Instead, we're grouped. We hope to remain grouped with our other areas in the East County and restore the East County in its entirety, including Lakeside, Alpine, Santee, Ramona, and Rancho San Diego. And thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8549. And up next after that, I do not have the last 4 digits. It is call-in user 1. Right now we have caller 8549. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Calling to add concern about the change to the map for Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. The map should stay the same and keep them together. San Fernando is such a massive valley, it can't be split off into Santa Clarita. It has to join the rest of San Fernando Valley, including Porter Ranch and Granada Hills. There are different concerns in these cities, and why change? Previous congressional visualization maps kept Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley together, but to add population, keep west and keep Simi Valley rather than south to gain San Fernando. I mean, why make the change? The Simi Valley portion of Ventura County and the Antelope Valley are better fits than the San Fernando Valley. It is essential to keep the map the same for citizens in all of these cities for the correct representation. So thank you, and please just consider that. And I know I'm not alone in this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we do have call-in user 1. And up next after that will be caller 2815. Call-in user 1, please follow the prompts you hear on your phone at this time. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I heard an earlier request for an expert on the Angeles National Forest to call in, so I thought I would. This is John Munson of Nature for All, and I've been working on national forest issues for 20 years, including almost a decade on the National Field staff of the Sierra Club in Los Angeles. We raised the issues of the foothill communities of interest several months ago, and we appreciate over the last few months how you've been attentive to that issue. We, along with other people, recently asked you to extend SFV and Glen B2A into the National Forest, and you did that today. You actually did a good job, I thought, and I wanted again to thank Ray Kennedy for bringing those issues up and the Commission for joining him. What's nervous to me right now is that I think your new versions of the 25th, 27th, 28th, and 29th district are very good. So I joined a gentleman earlier who said, you can stop right now as far as I'm concerned. We also wanted to add a bump above Azusa, and it's an area I've worked in a lot, and I actually drew a map and emailed it into you about how to add an area to CDCOV, and essentially it goes northwest along the west of Highway 39, north of East Fork Road, and back down Glendora Road. So if you look for that email from John Munson, it's a way to do that district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2815. And up next after that will be caller 5777. Caller 2815, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 2815, if you'll please double check your phone. Make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay. So this is Amit Maitra. I'm calling from Santa Clara County, which is a county in the Silicon Valley, Northern California. I'm calling from the city of Cupertino. I've been a resident of this city for almost 20 years. And we are actually lumped together with, what is like the East Bay part of it with the Fremont. Although we are really a lot more demographically connected to the areas of Saratoga, Palo Alto, Mountain View, and the like. So it's a tech community, and it would be good to have a representation which has our interest. In addition, there is a significant Asian American population in this part of the county and this part of the Bay, which is not adequately represented in terms of the representation we have. So I would urge you to actually disconnect Cupertino, Sunnyvale, and these areas from Fremont and make it as a part of Mountain View, Palo Alto, Saratoga, the part which we rightly belong. It almost looks like a gerrymandered thing that we extend into something like that, and a long corridor, which is, the 101 corridor. It's kind of split up by
50.
Cupertino and Sunnyvale being part of something else. So I would highly recommend that we make Cupertino and this area of Sunnyvale and Santa Clara as a part of the unified district, which includes West San Jose, Saratoga, Los Gatos.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5777, and up next after that will be caller 1926. Caller 5777, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. First of all, I would like to thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for allowing us all to speak at this time. We have listened to comments yesterday. You have listened to all the comments yesterday regarding how long it took for us to wait and speak. Please do listen to our Little Saigon comments as well. As you can see from yesterday, so many people from Little Saigon community call and willing to wait for hours just to give comments and explaining to you how important it is to include the city of Huntington Beach to the Little Saigon community of interest. What you currently have, our Little Saigon area, is not done yet. Please go back to Assembly District and Congressional District. For Assembly, please don't stop at Beach Boulevard when you add north of Garfield. It doesn't make any sense. We are asking you to add all of north of Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach to Seaport Street for ADGGW map, and for Congressional at all Huntington Beach City. 50. This will finish Little Saigon, and we will be forever grateful to the Commission for giving us the Assembly and Congressional District as we deserve. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1926, and up next after that we caller 4036. Caller 1926, please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 1926, if you wish to give comment this evening, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Thank you so much, caller 1926. And right now we have caller 4036, and up next after that we will have caller 6942. Caller 4036, if you wish to give comment, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Vikram Saxena. I'm a planning commissioner from the city of Cupertino. I was extremely disappointed to hear the redistricting committee say that the area restrictions within the new area. We want the city of Cupertino to be a part of the congressional district containing neighboring West Valley cities of Saratoga, Los Gatos. West Valley cities share common issues like transit, we do not get bars, a century-old quarry, and a cement factory which is cutting our ridge lines and polluting our water. Our issues have very little in common with other VCD greater edge cities like Fremont or Milpitas. We want to be a part of VCD Santa Clara. The mayor and vice mayor of Cupertino also wrote to you about this. The current maps are putting a huge percentage of the Asian population in one district, the VCD greater edge, and leaves VCD Santa Clara with much lower representation of the Asian vote. The manner in which the Commission has ignored appeals from the leaders of Cupertino has actually shaken my faith in the whole process. I urge you to listen to the voice of the city leaders and the Asian community and move Cupertino to the VCD Santa Clara. Please choose wisely. You're going to be judged by this for the next 10 years. And if you do believe in equity, please make Cupertino a part of VCD Santa Clara and stop flooding us with East Bay cities with which we have very little in common in terms of the issues which are important to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 6942, and up next after that we will be giving caller 8069 an opportunity. Caller 6942, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ray. I'm a longtime resident of Northeast Los Angeles. In fact, I lived here for over 40 years. I lived in the communities of Highland Park, Eagle Rock, Glassell Park. And the reason for me taking the time to call in is because I'm asking that these communities stay together. The Northeast Los Angeles communities are not Hollywood. They are not Glendale. Taking these Northeast LA communities out of the NELA district is not the answer. Please keep Northeast LA communities Northeast LA. Thank you so much for your time, and once again, I appreciate your help.
Thank you so much. And this time we'll be giving caller 8069 an opportunity, and up next after that will be caller 9819. Caller 8069, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Long Pen. I am a resident of West Pinder. I ask you to keep Little Sego with Huntington Beach and keep Little Sego. That's one. Do not divide Little Sego. Lastly, a young group say Huntington Beach is racist. It's political and not true. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we'll be going to caller 9819, and then up next after that will be caller 9954. Caller 9819, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling from the high desert of San Bernardino County. I'd like to say that you've done a great job with the drawing of the lines of the Morka map. As you finalize these maps, please do not split the high desert communities or group us any further with the Los Angeles County communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll go to caller 9954. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling to urge you to please keep the Morcoa map the way it is and do not make any other changes. It is a map that is already very representative of the rural desert communities that deal with local issues. Many other communities in Southern California cannot. In particular, Los Angeles County. Please do not undermine the representation of our high desert residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time, that is all of our callers this evening.
Very good. Thank you so much, Katie, for your outstanding effort as usual. Thank you to all of our listeners. Thank you to the rest of our videography team, our sign language interpreters, our captioners, our staff, and everyone. We look forward to seeing everyone back with us at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.